next time I roll some B12, don't worry.
Oh boy. Alright, so I think we can get started. Let me figure out appropriate music. Hang on. There we go. Okay. So, who would like to recap from last time? It's been like, what, 2-3 weeks?
Around there, yeah.
A lot's happened.
I don't remember.
Let's see here. Last session we finished fighting off the people sent to make sure that we don't get our payment. Definitely no more than that. We ended up having a polite conversation with the person who hired us for the original mining job over in our ReGenesis Season 1. Watch that in the link in the description below.
We have a link?
Let's see here. Oh yeah.
Love that guy.
During that polite conversation, things went a little not so polite, and we got Ash. We got the boss to start talking, and we found out the company was like working with this. Just to make sure, the company was working for the suits, right?
Yeah, it was a legitimate business front, but yeah, they're kind of a front for the suits.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that one of the higher ups, something of spades, I believe.
I was five
Fifth.
of clubs. 5 of clubs.
Clubs. Yeah. I don't know what. I forgot clubs was a suit.
There's only like 4 suits.
Hard to
Yeah, I
remember
know
all
that.
four.
I know hearts, I know diamonds, I know spades. That last one can go fuck itself. I don't
Yeah.
believe in it. I only
my
play
homies hate
games
clubs.
that need 3 suits. Alright, yeah. That the 5 of clubs is essentially trying to make sure that when we fell, we didn't see anything, which is why the boss never saw us. And it's going to be a bit unfortunate that he lost quite a bit of money out of his own personal wallet. Cough. After that, we made our way back to the bar where we ended up telling Myiari
We didn't do anything.
yeah.
I
you
was
make
sipping
it
my
fair.
juice box.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, the doc told Myiari about what happened. To which point we decided, hey, maybe doing this in a public area, not a good idea. So Ash went, you can stay at the house I'm staying at, and we went, cool. Why the fuck do you have such a fancy house? We talked, we got rooms, Croux is sleeping in the garden.
That was his own choice.
Yeah, pretty much. It was basically his choice.
Yeah, and who does the house belong to?
Not me.
I'm just some guy, some kind of business person, I think. Somebody.
Some fancy smancy guy.
Yeah,
Got a
just
punchable face.
Yeah, just nobody who's a big deal. No, not
Yeah,
a
totally
big
not.
deal whatsoever.
We totally
Okay, but-
didn't have like a whole hour talking about this person in game.
You know?
The actually important part, though, is that this house Ash has a gaming setup here. That's the actually important part.
It only has Minecraft on it, sadly.
The fuck do you mean, sadly?
Sadly.
Minecraft's a good game.
Oh,
I don't play
alright.
Nice
Minecraft
shit.
is Minecraft is the game ever.
I too will only play in Minecraft on a 4070.
Mhm.
Alright, that's a good enough summary of everything
RTX
that happened.
It's
So,
been 3 weeks. Cut me some slack.
you can all give yourselves a hero point if you're not maxed.
I cannot give myself a hero point.
I got the juice already.
Alright, so what is 4:20, like 8 p.m. Yeah. So you guys still have a bit of time. Was there anything else you guys wanted to do before resting for the evening?
Mm,
Thinking.
I think I'm good.
Yeah, I think
Duncan's the
Croux'
kind of
time-
guy who turns in a little early anyway.
It's like, Doc, you and Cumaenos are kind of like sharing a room, so not gonna
you wanna
discuss
like
anything.
have a slumber party?
We're having
Yeah,
a
if
slumber
there's
party.
any two people to share a room, it would be Doc and Cumaenos. They're just not going to be talking.
It's just there's two creepy guys just chilling out in a room.
They're just in opposite corners of the room reading their own book. They both just like a few days later leave just like, man, that guy's my best friend.
So
No, I
be-
am.
Yeah, go ahead.
Say your thing.
You say your thing.
No.
Yes.
Do it. Do it.
DG, you go first.
You rolled the dice for it.
Darn it.
Do it.
He's over here, like, basically trying to browse the books. And he just, I guess, looks over at Cumaenos, just starts thinking. And he's just like, oh yeah, I have new art now. That is a thing. Anyways,
Cool.
yeah.
This dude.
Look at it,
Look
dude.
at him.
I did not expect that we'd end up here.
Trey just
I
kind of
suppose.
stares at you. Doesn't say anything. Just refraining.
This household belongs to the Sinclairs. Is that-
Yes.
Ring any bells? For you?
I mean, if you want to have a conversation, I can step out into the hallway if you would like.
Yeah, who are you talking to?
Just both. He's just talking to like both Trey and Cumaenos.
And both of them are like, you talking to the other guy?
Let's see. Let's see if Trey would know anything.
I believe I already did a roll. And it was a sick, nasty no.
I think it's a society role.
Sick and nasty, no.
Like my Ollie. Sick, nasty.
Okay, 14. It's, not high. Trey shrugs. Oh, the name sounds familiar, but I can't say it rings a bell.
Well, this place is the Sinclairs. They're really, really, I guess, prominent family around these parts. Like, all around the world, basically, too. But yeah, this seems to be one of their mansions. Yeah, my guess, they're Ash's boss. That's a fun little info for you.
How does a guy like that ends up working for an employer like that, of that status?
I have absolutely no idea. Well, maybe a slight idea, but it's weird.
You're weird.
You're not here. Well, I do suppose that it does beg the question as to precisely why he is employed by these people if they are so widely notable.
I think his job is to look after this place.
Yes, this is why you hire a housekeeper who can teleport and stab people and see the dead, and yes.
That does sound a little weird. You're right.
Yeah, Trey turns around and stares at you. Yeah, no fucking shit.
I'd like
Well-
be hiring me to be a librarian or something. Like, you would walk in and be like, oh my goodness, why is he a librarian?
And Trey will actually kind of look up and stare at you, Cumaenos. Well, to be fair, you probably wouldn't make an okay librarian. A little creepy, but you look like the bookish type.
To a certain extent, yes. I wonder what psychic impressions you could get off a level library card. Oh, that sounds curious.
Well, this place is a university and college town. A lot of bards attend university here. A lot of storytellers too. You might find some interesting resonances, I guess.
It is certainly possible. But I do wish to further inquire, I suppose. Is the reason that you're bringing up the Sinclairs and Ash's association with them something that you wish to be actioned upon, or simply airing your thoughts?
Simply airing the thoughts right now.
Duly noted.
There's more than meets my eye to everyone.
Yeah, definitely been finding that out.
I have no idea what you're talking about whatsoever.
Oh, you probably know. Because I did it to you.
Yes, we had a whole thing about it. It was in fact to prove that you were not working with the suits actively.
I've had that ever since I can remember. The ability to see things that I'm not supposed to see. It's got me places, but it can be disturbing a lot of times.
I can certainly understand the concept of what one can do being a bit disturbing, yes.
And well, yours in particular, we might not be so different from each other.
I suppose you can say that. I would have to say that. Oh my goodness, someone is falling down the stairs out there.
Sorry, that's my husband arranging the display cabinet.
That's just Croux setting up the repair station.
I think someone tripped outside.
I'm sure they're fine. But, well, I will have to say my own memories of some of my own experiences in my past are rather foggy at this point. So it's hard to even confirm a lot of details with you, but I can imagine some of the things that you might have seen. I apologize for that. I believe that they likely would have been very unpleasant.
They were, but I can't exactly remember a lot of my, I guess, past self as well. I don't even remember a childhood. Or never even had one to begin with. That'd be certainly funny.
Is it better to have had or have had and then lost? That is certainly one of the questions.
True. I guess if I were to describe the difference between you and me, it'd be you lost something. And I never had anything to lose to begin with.
Indeed. Well, it does beg the question. Is it better to try and make something anew, if you never had, or try and reclaim something that you might have had and then lost? I guess both of us could be a good example of how that plays out.
It's something worth trying. If we can get all this behind us, this situation we found ourselves in.
Indeed.
But for now, I think it's time we just rest. It's been way too long of a day.
You gonna share the bed?
I'm sleeping in the chair. Look at it. Look at this chair. It's actually, look at it. It's pretty
Looks
comfy
pretty-
looking.
yeah, it looks
It's pretty
comfortable.
good.
Let's get it from IKEA.
Oh, it's got a cushion on it.
Dog walks up to the bed and just flops onto it. My size. Nice.
Doc is the kind of guy to sleep over like blanket.
Alright,
I guess,
that's
I guess Trey would vibe around too, yeah.
that's all you guys are doing for the evening.
That should be it, yeah.
Alright, so you guys can go ahead and click rest for the night on your sheets. And
I sleep.
okay, let's see.
Excuse me while I spend 5 years looking for that.
Yeah, it's just in the top left-hand part of your sheet. The thing, that icon that looks
The
like a
bed
bed.
icon.
Yeah,
Bitch.
yeah. Basically, all it does is replenishes some of your HP. Not a lot. I think it's like per con mod. I think your level plus con mod.
Level
yeah.
plus con.
Yeah.
Oh,
Not a
level
lot.
plus con.
I'm still missing 1 HP.
Yeah, it's just
There'd
your
be
level
something
plus
else
con
for it.
mod, and regains any spell slots or any other per day usage stuff.
It's HP equals a con mod times level con
Oh,
mod
yeah?
minimum of 1.
Yeah.
The concept of per day usage stuff scares and confuses me.
As the
It's actually not
fighter,
that
what
yeah.
that
bad.
is.
It's not that bad. Let's see. Alright, so, let's see here. Alright, so, Cumaenos.
Hi.
So, as you settle down to rest for the night, you're greeted by a lot of comfortingly familiar sensations. The threads of life flow freely all around you, the sounds, the smells. But what's always been the most striking has been the colors. Every living thing radiates with life energy and glows and ripples with its own signature, and you can sense even the docks kind of nearby, and even Trey's strange absence of it, or like the weird coldness that he seems to exude. But every pattern is unique, and you've gradually learned to identify them over time. And they weave together in a vibrant tapestry that you can almost reach out and sense during every waking moment, and lingers long after you go to sleep. But amid this symphony of color, there's always been a dark presence staining it, a toxic miasma seeping from you. And today, for the first time in a long time, you notice that the stain is somewhat diminished, but you can still sense it. Just grasping at you at the edge of your perception, like foggy haze. And you get the sense that while whatever it was that had its hold on you has weakened, it's not completely gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That is very interesting to note.
Mm-hmm. And, yeah. That is, what you get during, the evening's rest.
Well, thank you very much. That's good information to have.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so just rest for the night, and I guess we'll fast forward a couple of I think that's 8 hours, so Alright, so I guess we will officially be starting downtime as of right now. So where are my notes for downtime? Alright, so the way I'll be handling downtime is going to be a slight deviation from rules as written, because I'm trying to find something that works. So for downtime, we'll take it. I think I posted like a little bit in the campaign notes channel. I have it pinned. So the way I'll be handling downtime is that depending on what's being done, what you guys are doing, I'll take it day by day or week by week. For like a single day's worth of downtime, I have it split into 3 4-hour blocks per day, which runs roughly from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. roughly. So you have morning, afternoon, and evening, and then you have an additional 4 hours of nighttime activities, which you can do whatever you like. You know, you can reconvene, talk, craft, cook, whatever. That's free time. So there's a bunch of different downtime activities you can do. So like the first big one is earn income. I'm not going to be using the earn income table because the gold that you earn from that is very low. So instead I have my own tables for that. And depending on what you're doing to earn income, so it can either spend the whole day or like a couple of the time blocks. Let's see, for Croux in particular, you can do repair work. I have
a job.
Yeah, you have a job. I do have a table for that, for the kinds of tasks that you can do. And depending on your proficiency ranking, yeah, you can earn a different amount. So I think I have it just be a crafting roll. So that's one thing you can do. Doc also has his day job, can do like house calls or like rescue contracts, like really simple ones.
Yes.
I have a list for that too. Let's see, you can engage in crafting. So to make an item, it takes minimum 4 days of downtime. And the crafting time doesn't have to be consecutive. You can spread it out over a little bit longer if you like. So it takes about 4 days to a week for crafting items. You can make them in batches. You can also reverse engineer stuff. You can purchase formulas or come up with new ones. Let's see, you can do shopping. I have a lot of shop maps with a couple of unique NPCs. I don't have maps and NPCs for all of them yet. I'm still working on it. But I think I mentioned it last time. A lot of my NPCs have unique names, and a lot of them are references to something. So if you can guess what the reference is, I'll let you have access to certain uncommon or rare items, because normally I wouldn't let you have those. So if you run into any of my unique NPCs, most of them are for shops. If you can guess the reference, I get to reward you. Other downtime activity that you can do training or retraining. So for Cumaenos in particular, you can spend 4 days of downtime to swap out your spells. Yeah, that's something oracles can do, because you're a spontaneous caster. You don't assign spells in a normal way, so like a wizard will pick their list every day. For a spontaneous caster, you pick when you level, and you're pretty much stuck with that, but you can swap your spells out for every 4 days of downtime, so you have to actually relearn spells.
That's pretty slick.
It is pretty slick, yeah. So you can spend 4 days just changing your spells out, so that's learning a spell. You can also, any uncommon spells, you can actually learn them from spellbooks. So spellbooks are still useful for spontaneous casters. So you can learn unique or rare or uncommon spells from spellbooks and add them to, well, not really your list, but like it's stuff that you can actually swap in whenever you like, as long as you have the spellbook. So they're very useful for spontaneous casters.
Very nice.
Let's see. You can also retrain, I believe, skill proficiencies and, skill feats and general feats. That takes about 4 days to a week of downtime, but 1 month for any class skills if you want to swap those out. So yeah, because we have downtime now, yeah, you can swap out any skills if you like. And that time can be reduced if you have an instructor. So that's training and retraining. You can also spend time picking up new lore skills if you like, because normally you have to spend a general feat to pick up additional lore skills. I'm not doing that. You can just spend downtime to pick up new ones if you want, or to advance the current ones that you have. You can also spend the downtime learning advanced weapon proficiencies. Normally only fighters really get that, and gunslingers. They get access to advanced weaponry through their normal class progression. I'm letting all of you be able to just like pick them up willy-nilly as long as you spend time training for that. So, you know. You can also advance language proficiencies that way as well, or pick up new languages through like the training and retraining. So that takes about a month of downtime for those.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, because learning a language is hard. or training to use a new weapon. Actually, I think I'll make advanced weapon training 2 weeks, not a month, because a month is a little long. But language will take a month.
Okay.
Yeah, for competency. So another downtime activity, you can do research and find rumors. So like that would be the gather information activity. So you can use like your relevant lores. You can use society, diplomacy, etc. to gather gossip, rumors, information. Look up stuff. You can also spend downtime pursuing hobbies. So like your lores. Normally you have to spend feats to advance those. You don't have to. For example, Croux, if he wants to advance his influencer lore, for example, you just need to spend a little bit of downtime, like creating or editing videos, that sort of thing, which you can do actually while you're crafting. So that doubles. That's twofer. Or Ash can advance his scouting lore by people watching, for example. So, those things there's little things that you can do to advance those. Also, you can hang out with other characters or NPCs, learn more information, improve their attitude towards you, and make them more likely to do favors for you. And depending on the NPC, it can double as training time, depending on what skills you're trying to advance. I also have... you can take contracts as well. So this can be like your primary way of earning gold outside of, I guess, dungeoneering. Because adventuring is a profession, and it doesn't really make much sense to me to spend a ton of time running encounters and just doing jobs from a contract board. No, that's kind of boring and tedious. So I just have it as if you want to spend time taking contracts. What do I have here? So, taking contracts. Yeah, you can accept contracts from either public boards or from the app on your phone. And yeah, I'll handle those as earned income rolls. I won't RP out contracts unless like they're relevant to something, otherwise it gets really tedious. And each contract will have a duration and reward listed. So I have a table for that. And every contract, yeah, has like a certain amount of time. So you can take multiple contracts in a day if they only take like say 3 hours, for example. And I think I think it's the rescue ones that pay out the most. Yeah, I think they pay like the time varies and they're kind of random in when they pop up, but it can pay anywhere between like 250 to 500 per contract, and if they don't take too long to complete. Hunting ones are on average about 250. The highest paying ones I think are ones that you can't do right now, and that's the renegade bounty, and that's like 2,000 plus for turning in bounties.
Wow.
Yeah, Ash currently has one on his head, so hopefully you guys don't find out about it.
Easy
yeah,
money.
Easy money,
Easy
yeah.
money.
But yeah, that's the stuff that you can do in downtime. So like ideally you'll be kind of spending most of the daylight hours doing whatever downtime activities you want. You can reconvene at any point in time. Like it doesn't have to be like you have to get back together in the evening, do whatever. You can just, find each other whenever you want to discuss stuff or whatever. This is like, yeah, during downtime, this is when I expect you guys to kind of be splitting off. I will try my best to not have encounters while you're split up. And if there are going to be any encounters during downtime, I'll probably give you some kind of warning that it might be happening, so that way you're not completely caught off guard. So I'm trying to strike a little bit of a balance here. That way you're not all going to be split up all the time. But yeah, just something to keep in mind. Even while you guys are going to be splitting up, pursuing your own agendas or goals or whatever, do try to make a little bit of an effort to kind of meet back up and share information or whatever you're doing, just for the sake of my sanity. Please.
Okay,
Yes.
but Fo, the
Everyone's,
most important question: what if we decide to not sleep? Can we get 2 downtime days in one?
So the thing about
If
The
you
thing
fail
about
to
that-
sleep, she can inform you that sleep demons are real here, and that will come toward you.
so
Don't do that.
the thing about that, you theoretically could, but I believe after 18 hours, if you don't rest, you get fatigued. So that's something to keep in mind. You can do it. I won't tell you no, but you're gonna start taking penalties.
I feel like Croux would be a type to do that.
Yes.
Yeah, but
My
I
line
will
of
say
thinking
though.
is literally just like, when I start working on the gun for the dock, I'm just literally just Crew's just gonna be like really into it and not realize that it's 8 a.m.
So yeah, I won't tell you no, but you might start taking penalties. However, there are things that you can do to mitigate the fatigue a little. Like one of those things is the alchemical food, the Scholar's Drop, but it is item level 6. And I think there's like one other thing that pushes
Coffee.
back how long it takes before you can get fatigued. I think it's actually a campfire or campsite meal actually that lengthens the amount of time before you get fatigued. Oh yeah, cooking is another thing that you guys can do. So aside from the alchemical foods, there is like it's technically a campsite activity, but I'm using it for downtime as well. So you'll do it either in the morning or the evening. Either way, I don't think it really matters. So you can cook campsite meals and get status bonuses, which are usually very, very hard to get. Yeah, so you just spend like I think like an hour or two cooking a meal for everybody or several meals, and you can get buffs. Yeah,
Buffs.
yeah, very very good status buffs. Anyway, so it's not quite 5 a.m. yet, but yeah, so we can start downtime activities if you like. So all you guys really need to tell me is what you'd like to be doing for each block of the day. So you have morning, afternoon, and evening, and then you have nighttime. So you have four blocks of time, and you can kind of tell me what you'd like to be doing for each block.
Okay.
Duly
Yeah,
not.
move this over.
All right. I've messaged you about this, haven't I?
Yeah, he did.
I'm helpful, okay? I'm being a good little player. Yes, Duncan is going to visit Myiari because he doesn't know all that many people in town just yet.
Okay.
Unless she is absolutely not a morning person, in which case, never mind. But if not, just show up sometime after breakfast. Everyone's had time to adjust.
So it's like
Breakfast at 5 a.m.
it's like 5 a.m. Do you go to her room or
No, I'm not going to do that at 5 a.m. I said sometime after breakfast, after everyone's had time to adjust.
Yeah,
It's still morning.
she's like up at like 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. She's already
really?
Yeah, she like
Then she's probably going to run into him because Duncan.
yeah, she's actually in the kitchen right now.
Well, look at that.
Yeah.
Duncan's the kind of guy whose idea for breakfast is just how many eggs can I be frying right now? So
Nice.
Yeah, Myiari is actually cooking right now.
Duncan
What's
eats
she making,
3
though?
dozen eggs for breakfast.
Well, let me see. Hang on. So
Can everyone smell it, look?
yeah, so what is she making? I have to roll
listen,
for this.
I know who I'm talking to. Asking this woman what an NPC is making is something she's good at.
Alright, so, one thing you definitely smell for sure is kind of like the greasy smell of sausages. So, definitely
Yummy.
smell that. It's a very bacony smell.
Nice.
Cooking in my house.
Duncan is drawn over to the scent. Probably looks slightly too excited about it. It's true. The
So
man
let's see.
notices that a woman is involved in this as well. Eventually looks over at Myiari and informs her that I don't know what all you're making, and then takes a look and realizes that he does know. But it does in fact smell delicious.
Oh, Myiari just kind of glances over while she's in the middle of doing her prep work. Oh, have you not had a home-cooked meal in a while? I saw some ingredients in the fridge, and I thought I'd make something. I'm normally not a heavy eater in the morning. But since there's so many people here, I
She's
figure I
making
might
these
as well.
things and telling him she's not a heavy eater.
There's a lot of people in this house, so you know.
That's fair.
Yeah, they can fend for themselves.
I have 3 brothers, and they're big eaters, so I always try to cook enough for everybody.
I'll take it. Some of these people I'm with now are tidy. I'll take it. Duncan is more than happy for that. I was just going to see if there isn't some amount of eggs I can hope to fry together, so all the better for me, yes. Man gets 3 meats to go with his eggs. This is fucking ideal.
Alright, so let me roll. She has cooking lore, so
Duncan very much doesn't.
what is this? Oh yeah, good. It is a success. Yay. So she makes. Oopsie. This is what she makes.
Sausage.
So, this is a meal where if you eat it, so you got a success, so yeah, so you can recover from burns, bleeding, persistent damage, and DC is reduced for flat checks for persistent damage for the next until like your next I guess rest. So like for the next 12 hours or so, you get like this benefit.
I wasn't really planning on taking persistent damage, but sure.
Yeah.
You never know.
Honestly, I'm not gonna turn this down. Maybe your repair job goes really poorly for me.
Also, if you declare it as your favorite meal, and you can do this like once per air quotes camping session, but like anytime anyone cooks, you can declare it as your favorite meal, and you get the favorite meal bonus, which is the careful casting. But you can only benefit from one
Careful
per
casting.
day. Yeah, you can only benefit from a favorite meal once per camping session, and it's the first one that you eat. So if there's multiple campsite meals made, pick and choose. Just pick one. And what else does she make? Oh yeah, she makes a couple of other things. So what is it? She makes
Duncan is willing to help. He's not great though.
so she makes a batch of cooperative waffles, mender soup, phantom roll, and in addition to the sausages. So
Good soup.
It's a lot of cooking.
yeah. So actually, I'm actually gonna make it like an item or a lootable thing for this. So 1 second. That way, like you guys can just pick like whatever you want to take.
We eat
I told
soup in
you.
this house.
I asked the right person what exactly is for breakfast.
1 second.
I regret nothing.
You regret nothing.
You get a yummy in-game breakfast. Win-win.
What's everyone's favorite soup?
Pizza.
Wait.
Pizza
Bread bowls
soup.
exist.
Yeah,
Bread bowls
bread bowls
exist,
exist.
and like French
Why
onion
would they not
soup-
exist?
No, I'm trying to think if pizza counts as a soup.
Pizza
'Cause-
does not count as a soup.
No, that does not count as a soup.
Pizza
Here's-
soup.
bread-
Isn't that
as
easy?
As has been clarified, bread bowls exist.
Yeah,
This
You
bread
can
bowls
try
exist.
to
That is
justify this,
canon.
but it's not going to work.
Something that is canonical is that bread bowls exist, and
Something that
soups
is canonical
use
is
cheese.
that
Some soups do
Pizza
use
is
cheese
not a
on top.
soup,
I believe
because you
French
have been
onion
told it
soup
doesn't.
uses cheese over the top. And can you eat tomatoes? Can you eat the fucking tomato sauce with a spoon? Yes. Therefore, pizza is a soup.
no, because you've been told no. It is sometimes that easy.
A bread
This
bowl
is
is
funny
just
logic.
a bread bowl is just a bread bowl. It's like it's the vessel for holding the soup in. It is not actually soup.
Yes, the bread bowl is not the soup. The pizza is technically a soup. The dough is the bread bowl holding the soup of the tomato sauce and the cheese.
People have been
fucking melted
introduced
on
to
top.
freak lightning storms
Oh my
and
god.
freakish amount of lightning damage over less, you know? Someone
Well,
once
lucky me,
repeated
I rolled resistance
someone once
to a-
repeated a stupid joke often enough that I agreed with all the other players. At any fucking time he would say the phrase, he'd just take psychic damage. It has literally put him unconscious in a fight once. I don't forget that either.
I mean, listen. If lightning strikes, I rolled resistant to electric damage today.
Oh, it's not the lightning you need to be afraid of. It's your eardrums blowing from all the noise.
I shoot a gun without earplugs.
You know, those hearing aids are gonna come real handy.
Oh, they won't. They're gonna get fried from the lightning.
Anyway, Yeah, Myiari spends like an hour or so making breakfast, and you can all smell it by this point.
It's after that hour that Croux finally wakes up. He did not lay down or anything. He fell asleep like working on mate, so just completely slumped over on the desk. This is not a comfortable waking up, but at the same time it's way more comfortable than the previous few days.
You didn't get any blankets or pillows or anything?
No, he just laid outside.
Croux brought those. He just didn't. He fell asleep working, so he didn't have time to lay them out.
He just fell down on the desk and just went and snoozed.
Yeah.
Very sleepy.
Sleepy baby.
Alright, and yeah, Duncan's just frying up some eggs.
I want the roll for burnt eggs.
I'm not going to roll to fry eggs. They are not going to be fantastic. This is not a perfectly well done thing. In fact, they may be just slightly too dry. Too bad. They are edible.
Okay, but I need to know, how does Duncan cook his eggs? Is he a sunny side up and over easy, over hard, scrambled?
They're sunny side up. He just cracks a bunch of eggs into a bowl and pours it into a pan with some butter. And that's what you get. Well, from his end on, there's waffles apparently. There's sausage, there's bacon.
There's soup.
Yeah, so the Mender's soup that Myiari makes is a little on the heartier side. So it's kind of like, meat, vegetables. It looks kind of like a beef stew of some sort. It's kind of weird for, a breakfast food, but, that's what she's got to work with.
Sounds like a Viking to me.
Sounds like a Viking.
That's a funny thing to
No,
say.
that's just rotten fish.
Well, yeah, Myiari does like fish, but, considering Texada is landlocked and the only thing that nearby is, a lake and a river, kind of not a lot of choices.
Just get some of that nice smoked carp.
Oh, I can walk through this finally? No, I can't.
Oh, you're stuck up there. 1 second.
Yeah.
You are trapped.
Hang on, there you go.
Dang it. I cannot see secret door handle. What are you looking at?
How much noise does that make?
Is it the shelf?
Yeah.
A
Probably
lot.
minimal.
No, it makes a lot of noise.
noise.
It creaks like crazy.
Do you want me to roll to perceive that? Because Cumaenos would just hear the noise and casually peek around the corner
Actually-
like, what the hell is that?
Nate, roll a stealth check for me against Cumaenos' perception DC.
Okay. Skills. No. 26.
Oh gosh.
What's your perception DC?
Not that, I don't think.
I don't think that
I have a
would
plus
make it.
So it's your perception is +8, so it's 18. So yeah, like you hear Ash talking to Trey over here, but you don't hear the bookcase swing open.
Really? No.
Somehow.
Yeah, you just hear Ash going, "What are you looking at?" That's about it.
Which is a bit odd, because he does recall the staircase is here. There does appear to be no way to enter into this section
Yeah,
over here.
that would strike
And he
you
can
as very
also-
odd.
And he also knows that he didn't like walk up the stairs because he can sense people and their
Yeah.
life energy from like them coming up the stairs.
Mhm.
That's all. It doesn't move or say anything to that effect. I am simply saying it out loud, so I'm not pulling it out of my ass later.
There.
Stares back.
Yeah, Trey stares back.
Alright. Top.
Fucking weirdo.
Oh, it's this way.
Yeah, kitchen's north.
Someone's used to just eating chips on the couch.
Yes.
True. Ash would be the type to do that.
What's all this?
Oh, I hope you don't mind. She looks up from her spot at the stove, smiles apologetically at you, Ash. I figured since there's so many people here, I might as well help make something for all of you. It's not a problem, is it?
No, I don't mind. Rarely gets used anyway.
Good. I'm usually up early in the first place. Being in the Sky Marshals, I usually get a lot of very early patrols. So I'm used to it. I'm used to making breakfast at home for all of my brothers when I still lived at home. It's been a while, but it's kind of nice.
Yeah. He'll like walk over and, peer at what she's made.
Yeah, she's made a
This
lot of
looks
stuff.
good.
Thank you. I learned a lot of cooking back home. Being a house full of men kinda have to. They eat a lot, so I've learned to make a lot. And Nissa at the cafe in town, she's quite the cook, as is her husband. And they taught me a few things. So I try to practice whenever I can.
This is the first time in
These-
several months that a crew is eating something that is not instant noodles for breakfast.
These are some fortunate siblings. Duncan is very happy to enthuse. And so are we for having some actual good food here. The man is quite happy to mooch off the fact this woman's happy to cook.
I'd say so.
Can't remember the last time I even saw eggs, let alone ate.
Myiari?
Duncan is a big eater.
I take Phantom Roll.
It comes with the whole fighter territory. It can't be helped.
I want to
Myiari-
take the soup, but I just can't think about eating soup for breakfast.
Myiari stares at you strangely, Croux. Like, what do you mean you've not eaten in a while? How do you survive?
No, I've been eating just nothing actually cooked. Don't have time to boil water. The cup noodles taste better raw.
She makes it. She places her hands on her hips and just stares at you, kinda. She shoots you a look. I know a lot of people like that in both the Sky Marshals and the Tinkers Union. You're no exception. It's frighteningly common. But I guess that's what happens when you're around a lot of roboticists and engineers. They always seem to neglect themselves through their work. Really is a shame.
Duncan struggles not to imply that this one neglects himself for video games. It takes a lot of restraint.
Not as much as of recent, but used to be a lot worse. Uh, there's just like a bowl of soup, right? Just like not a bowl, just like a pot of soup, right?
Yeah, it's like a big pot of soup. And yeah, she kind of begins moving everything to like the table over here.
I'll carry it. It's a big pot of soup.
Ash is gonna wave his hands over all
I have
the,
18 strength. I have to use it
stuff just to
somehow.
clean it.
Oh
You
yeah,
know, I don't
prestidigitation
think I've-
actually adds seasoning to stuff.
Mhm.
You know that
I
there's
like to think that the seasoning you can add scales with your levels. So at level 1, it's just you can add pepper, I guess.
Just
not
cleaning.
even salt. Salt's level 2.
Well, if you're all hungry, feel free to dig in. I don't eat a lot myself in the first place, so this is all for you.
Crew's just sort of. Crew has never seen soup for breakfast. Actually, no, in character. Looking at the pot, you know, I don't think I've ever seen soup be made for breakfast. I think this is an actual first.
Myiari tilts her head to one side, just kind of looking a little thoughtful. Oh, it's not common in Nordheim either, or anywhere else that I know of. But I had a lot of ingredients on hand, and it's something I know how to make. And I've heard that it helps with the engineer sorts, or the handy sorts. It helps them concentrate in their work. I figured you'd appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. With that, he's going to soup time.
Also, one thing you guys will notice about Myiari, she looks like she's had a change of clothes, the shower, she's got her hair up in a ponytail. She's wearing an entirely different outfit from what she'd been wearing the previous day. Looks a little more casual.
Oh. I see.
It is her day off, so she's not on duty.
Is it morning time already? I was sleeping like a rock in there.
That bad, huh?
It's been a really long day. But
I know. That's alright, though. There is a lot of food out here for you to partake in.
I see
Duncan
that. but
gestures at just about everything. I
Still
help.
eat everything.
I see
I'm
that.
kinda.
I don't really eat in the mornings though. I usually drink.
Duncan gives you a very strange look.
Wait, above table. I forget. Does the doc even need to eat?
No,
does
he does
not.
not.
He doesn't need to eat.
Yeah, that's fair. But it doesn't mean the likes of Duncan need to be comfortable with it.
I mean, I'm not sure if that's something we know. I mean, that's definitely not something Duncan would know in character. It's just out of character. I forgot.
That's fair.
Alright,
And
so
he can eat. He just doesn't really do it a lot.
Unless
yeah.
it's like flesh.
So, Doc, at mentioning that you don't really eat in the morning, Myiari actually produces, what looks like a thermos and holds it out to you. Oh yes, speaking of, I know how you like your coffee in the morning, so I went ahead and made a pot for you. She
Oh.
that.
Thank you very much.
Nissa told
Duncan?
me your favorite blend, so I went ahead and made something a little different. I hope you don't mind.
He doesn't really flops on the couch and starts like sipping it.
So let's see, what is the insight coffee? Let's see. What is Doc's favorite flavor of coffee?
I have not determined that. Sorry.
So yeah, it'll just be a double then, rather than like any of the other flavors. So what is
You
the
know how
double
sometimes a random coffee place will go, we have something with hazelnut, and then no one orders it?
Mhm.
You have to be human. You have to be inhuman to order it, so clearly that's what's going on.
It's hazelnut.
Sure.
Oh, double
Sure.
is religion, so that's not useful to you. So I'll probably just do the toffee one since that's medicine.
Sure, do coffee. It'll be fine.
Yeah, so that's a +2 item bonus. Yeah. So remember that you have that for any knowledge checks that you do after you consume it.
Yeah, Doc went from like just looking really groggy after waking up, he immediately looks like hyped up after getting his favorite cafe coffee,
What an odd sight.
homemade.
So casual in this house. It's odd.
Well, you live alone, don't you? I guess you're not used to having guests around.
I guess that's true. Though I don't dislike it.
It's a good change of pace. Does the mind good every once in a while?
I guess you're right.
Oh yeah, right. I guess we should probably thank you for letting us stay here in this Sinclair mansion. It's very nice.
You don't have to mention their names. It's just a house.
Yeah, but that was probably just the comfiest bed I've slept in a long time. So
Yeah.
I just like to thank you for that experience, I guess.
I guess you should thank the guy that owns this place. He's kind of a prick, though.
Oh, you mean Tyrion?
Yeah.
I see.
Actually, I have something to ask. Are all of you guys wearing the same things that you guys wore the previous day?
I mean,
Ash is not. He's probably just wearing, like, his regular shirt and
Duncan
Joggers.
doesn't armor up if he doesn't move somewhere to fight or adventure or whatever, no.
I'm basically a hobo.
Crew
Said
has
he
spare clothing
doesn't
at
put on
home,
the
but,
armor.
like, Crew has like spare clothes at home, but he hasn't had a chance to drop by his house.
Look, adventures are murder hobos. This is a known factor. No one should be surprised here.
I mean, it's a
Then again,
civilized
I think-
society. I mean,
Yeah. Adventures
lot-
tend not to really be a part of that.
I think I can say that he probably has like a change of clothes, but like, actually no. Yeah, no, I'm going to say that Crew brought us. Crew just like, no. Mining contracts don't typically take like more than a day, so no, never mind. I take it back.
Yeah,
Crew wouldn't have brought us there.
their clothes would have been, not so good. Not in good quality.
Yeah.
Not everyone who went down there probably wouldn't have that good quality of clothes.
Except for me.
yeah,
Changed what I got here.
like Myiari will kind of like look around at all of you and kind of note the I wouldn't say lack of personal hygiene, but the fact that like a lot of you still look a little disheveled and dirty or whatever.
This is how I look.
This is my aesthetic.
I'm probably the only one that's clean among them, but he
Yeah.
still has messy hair.
Well,
Myiari will
I know-
frown and fold her arms over her chest and just grumble. Really do remind me of my brothers back home. She just sighs and shakes her head.
yeah.
Do they know you sound that tired of them?
Well, I haven't seen my family in a couple of months now. I've been away from home for a couple of years, and I go back on holidays and stuff. So I see them every now and then, just not as often as I'd like.
Quite far from
That's
here,
a
though.
little nicer, yeah.
That reminds me, I should probably give them a call today. Anyway, carry on. If you'll excuse me, I should go do that. She wanders off to, foyer.
Have
Thank
fun.
you. Thank you for the meal.
Cumaenos just
And-
sitting in the corner over there.
Drink.
Where is
Mm.
Cumaenos
He's
anyway?
upstairs.
Mine's
still-
still up here.
upstairs.
He's still upstairs.
He's going through the bookshelf.
Alright.
He doesn't eat
Cumaenos
around other
doesn't
people.
sleep. Cumaenos doesn't sleep. He reads.
He absorbs the information through my body.
Alright. So what are you guys all doing right now for your morning activities?
I'm reading.
Alright.
Morning.
You know, Phoe, we
Yeah?
did discuss something before about how Doc is his new uniform.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know if you want to do the funny option, but yeah.
Oh right, yeah, Doc getting his new outfit. Okay, there's two ways we can do it. You can either root around in the house and see if you can find anything, or you go out shopping. Shopping is funnier. And Ash would be the one who'd be in the know of where to get some good drip.
Yeah.
So you can spend part of your downtime for this day, like, you know, doing shopping. With Ash.
Yes. That'd be
funny.
super funny.
You want to do that? Okay. I can spend my downtime with you. It's not a date though.
The baka.
Baka.
That's an interesting response.
It's not a date, baka.
But yeah, no, yeah, you can Doc can bring that up in character if he likes, you know, picking out some new clothes. Cause Doc kind of knew who the Sinclairs were, right? Yeah, so
Yeah.
he definitely know that Phoenicia Sinclair is, you know, the fashion designer, and Ash being associated with the Sinclair twins. Yeah, so he'd know that Ash would be probably in the know on fashion.
I see.
Yeah.
I guess with Doc,
Ask-
he would
yeah.
notice that he really needs something new after the ordeal he went through, since he doesn't really have any clothes to begin with. And he just looks at, you know, Ash and how he always keeps his stuff nice and pretty. And knowing that, yeah, Sinclairs are fashion designers, at least one of them is. And he'll just ask, hey, Ash,
What?
do you happen to know anywhere around here where I get a new pair of clothes?
I'm gonna stare at him for a little bit. More like looking him over. The general store.
General store?
There'd
Oh,
actually
you would know
want a
someplace
serious-
fancier.
If you want a serious answer, I'll just take you there.
I can't believe they're going to the soup store.
Why are you buying clothes at the soup store?
I think there would be kind of like a fashion outlet somewhere in town.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but like, how overpriced is it?
Actually, pretty decently priced, I'd say.
Aw.
Not like there definitely be some expensive boutiques, but like still some really
God.
good stuff.
That just reminded me of one time when I was wandering with a friend. We went to like a quote-unquote thrift store that was literally selling just a random ass shirt for $1,000.
It's not a thrift
Okay,
store.
then.
It's a gift
Yeah,
store.
it was a quote-unquote thrift store.
I think the most
Funny.
expensive thing I bought in a thrift store was like $200, but that's because it was, actually worth more than that, and it was discounted.
It was an entire closet.
It was like a leather pilot jacket, one of those old ones.
Hmm.
I actually saw like a really expensive, like $600 designer label jacket for sale for like $40 at a thrift store once. But it wasn't one. It was actually a lot of them. And I didn't pick one up because A, not really my style. B, it didn't really seem worth picking up just to resell or flip.
I used to work at Goodwill, and all the expensive items, they're gonna be online. They're not gonna sell them like straight up in the store.
Yeah, but yeah, it kind of came off as strange to me. It's like, okay, if this is worth like $600, why are they selling it for $40? And why are there so many of them?
Murder scene.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, you
Yes.
guys, may
I
continue.
will take him.
All right, so that's how you'd like to spend your morning downtime.
Get some
Alright.
drip.
All right, so you guys will be off doing that. Who else wants to sort out their downtime activities for the morning?
I'm not sure if this would count as a downtime activity, but Croux needs to go back home to like sort out all the shit that like he quote unquote obtained from ReGenesis 1, see what's usable, see what's sellable, see what can be like broken down for more parts.
Yeah, sure, you can go do that. Like if you want, Myiari can actually drive him over since her place is out that way too, and she can like drop
Ubu
off
driver.
stuff, pick up stuff, drop off things, pick up alchemy supplies if you want to do that. So she can go with him.
Yeah, I think this won't be the morning downtime, but like later in the day, I'm probably gonna want to get started on learning that.
Okay, yeah, sure. So that'll be for later. You can figure out what you want to do in the morning. Who else wants to sort out downtime things?
The morning is specifically sorting out all of, like the random stuff I picked up from ReGenesis 1, seeing
All right, so for any of the stuff that you want to sell, and that's legal for you to sell, I keep that in mind. You'll be able to get like half of its value. For the more illicit stuff, you're gonna have to figure out what is probably a no-no that you shouldn't have, and
Probably
how to get
grenades.
rid of it. Yeah.
those are probably enough. I mean, I can use them. I'm licensed. Probably can't sell them, but I can hold on to them.
Well, if you do need to sell them, you do have a merchant.
He's also
Literally
said merchant's
right here.
only been in town for like a week.
Yeah.
So,
But he's still a merchant.
yeah.
Legitimate businessman.
The other thing too is like if you want to get rid of your more contraband stuff through black market, well, Doc can help you there because he's got underworld lore.
Yes.
So he could probably figure that out for you. So you got the legitimate businessman and then like the shady guy. Or like
shopping with the shady guy.
yeah, or like if you want, you can actually I can probably have you roll a crafting check to dismantle some stuff, and that way it's a little more innocuous. Because like together it looks really bad, but like taken apart, you can use it in other things, and it's not so bad.
One of the things I have in my inventory is literally, quote unquote, random gun parts for reverse engineering.
Yeah.
That's what you're building the gun with, right?
That I believe that was the plan. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, so alright, I'll have you slotted in for that as your morning downtime, so that'll take you about 3 hours to sort through everything. Or is it 4? I think it's 4. Yeah, so it'll take you about 4 hours to sort through everything and organize it, but I could probably have you roll a crafting check and see how much you can make use of and what you can sell.
Would I get
So, actually, yeah, you could go ahead and do that. Roll me a crafting check right now to determine like how much you can salvage and what you can sell.
Would I get the +1 from the soup and/or item?
Yeah, you do. You do have to eat the soup though to get the bonus.
Yeah, no, breakfast soup.
But yeah, no, yeah, you get the bonus. Also, technically, you're not supposed to be able to use hero points for downtime activities, but I am allowing it because you guys have like so many to spend. So yeah, feel free to use hero points.
Wait, do I have 3? Wait, fuck, I forgot. Do I have 3 or 4? I'm
Did
pretty
you add
sure
one
I
in
have.
the beginning?
I had 2 in the beginning, so I did add that one. Yeah, no, I think I have 3.
Alright, so you're doing that. Alright, so, the bulk of the parts, you're actually able to make use of. You can dismantle them easily enough, into, more innocuous pieces that you can use and nobody will really look twice at. There's only, like, maybe 15 20% of the parts that you really can't use because they'd be too conspicuous to hide or conceal or integrate into any of your projects without anyone kind of side-eyeing you.
Yeah, that's just gonna get pushed aside into the later pile.
Yeah. So I'll figure out the value of those later. Doc and Ash, you guys are out, so you guys can go
We're
wherever the hell.
For a car.
Yeah, you can actually take the car if you want, so
We're
you can
taking
just
the
drive
car.
around.
So what ride we're taking? What do you got for a ride?
What? Hang on a sec.
Oh my goodness.
Uh,
That's a
What?
ride.
It's nothing special.
Are you sure?
Well,
This looks very expensive.
I didn't pay for it. As long as it's not scratched at the end of the day, I'll be alive.
I will try my best to not scratch it then. I guess they're off in the fanciest car in the town.
Yeah. So Ash, you stick the key. I think it's a keyless ignition though. So yeah, yeah. You just start up the car and you guys just drive around town in your sweet new ride that you've been maintaining for the last couple of months. Yeah, it could have used a spin anyway. It's no big deal. It's part of your daily maintenance anyway.
Making sure it runs
I
well.
swear, officer, it wasn't speeding. It was just making sure everything worked okay.
Alright, so that's you two taken care of.
It's part of Ash's contract. Have to do some donuts in the parking lot.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Alright, so, Duncan, what are you doing for the morning? Hanging out with Myiari or, like, doing something
Yes.
else? Alright, so we'll address that after.
That's fine.
Alright, Cumaenos, you're just gonna be reading? Or is there anything in particular that you wanted to do while you're up there?
For the morning section of Downtown, yes, he's going to be perusing the literature which is available and try and find out any more information that's kind of like baked in there. It's just like a general perusal, not looking for anything super pointed. And then like going into the afternoon, he would probably be heading out of the house.
Okay, so let me see. Let me think of what Cumaenos would find up there. So being a bit of a college town, there's actually, and especially a college town that's, is very attractive to a lot of bards. And like one of the professors is a professor of folklore. So there's a surprising amount of fiction literature, like stocked in the shelves here, like, what would be considered classics, stuff that you'd read in grade school and high school, that sort of thing. So there's quite a bit of that. And then there's a couple of books on dueling and swordsmanship, particularly fencing style. So quite a bit of those. There's also a couple of collections of I guess screenplays for theater. They seem kind of old and dusty, but like pretty well read.
Okay.
Yes.
You're not looking for anything in particular. You're just kind of being nosy.
Oh yeah,
He would hone in a little bit on the folklore section. That's like that he finds.
All right. Okay. So in the folklore section, there are a couple of fairly prominent author names that you see repeated a couple of times. In particular, there's two names that come up that you see on a lot of the book spines. One is Phoe Ravencroft. The other one is Langhorn Clemens, and I'll type that for you guys in chat.
Phoe Ravencroft.
That's gotta be my boy Edgar, right?
Yes.
So that is the two author names that come up somewhat frequently on the book spines. And one thing that you notice in particular when you go through them, Phoe Ravencroft writes a lot of poetry, it seems, and a lot of, I guess, what would count as gothic horror. But they're very short. They're very short stories. But there's like a couple of short stories in the collections that are centered around mystery, like occult mysteries. Not very many, but he's mostly a horror author. And then Langhorn Clemens, his works are more, I don't know how what the term would be for it, but it would be like the equivalent to like Americana type stuff, very, very like folklore or fiction works about just like normal people in relatively normal circumstances, kind of like in the same vein of like To Kill a Mockingbird, Old Yeller, those kinds of stories. So that's Langhorn Clemens for you. And yeah, these two names are actually kind of important.
In which case, you'll actually grab a handful from both, head back over to the chair, and sit down and begin perusing. I'm just reading for the first few hours in the morning.
Yeah, alright. Okay, so, back to, I guess, Duncan then. Yeah, Myiari's just in the foyer over here. And she seems to be on the phone. And I guess talking to what you would guess would be her family. And she's speaking in North Speech, which I don't think you understand. I don't think that's in your languages. Yeah, no. So you don't know what she's saying. And yeah, so you can't really glean anything about the conversation. But if you would like, you can actually roll perception as a sense motive to kind of glean what the tone of the conversation is, if you would like. Because that is something that you can do if you want to be snoopy.
I don't actually.
Alright.
Wrong guy.
Yeah, so she's busy on the phone, so she doesn't really notice you. come up to her.
I mean, Duncan doesn't really mind, actually coming nearer. That's fine. It's just actually listening in is not his style. So if he's going to be there, he's going to be there, obviously. So clearly she knows, yes.
Yeah. But yeah,
Someone
no,
might
Hovering.
hear me.
yeah, you see her pacing back and forth in the foyer, and her general demeanor is a little anxious. But yeah, you see her just kind of like walking in circles around the foyer while the phone call is going on. And then after about 10 minutes or so, she finally hangs up and then notices you, Duncan. Oh, I'm sorry, you weren't waiting there long, were you?
Duncan shrugs some wide shoulders at one time and says, I was hoping to see you either way, and a little wait is really no issue.
I was just talking to my father and my brothers. It's been a long time since I've given them a call. I figure I might as well, considering everything.
You don't look too enthused about that, if you don't mind my noticing.
Well, considering everything all of these people have gotten involved in, I wanted to get my affairs in order just in case.
Duncan casts her a bit of a sympathetic look. Is that bad, huh?
I don't know. I mean, my job is dangerous to begin with, but not this dangerous. To put it in a different perspective, in the Sky Marshals, I expect to get into some kind of accident, either in a plane or in my vehicle when I'm out in the desert, or getting lost. That's about the extent of risk that I expect to go through on a day-to-day basis. Now, getting hunted down by assassins? No, that is far, far beyond what I would expect for my job. So, forgive me for trying to make sure people know what happens in my life.
I wasn't criticizing, right? Does that happen a lot to you?
No, it's just I mostly work alone on my patrols. Occasionally I'll have a partner or I'll be assigned to a team, but most of the time I'm by myself. Not exactly the best practice, now that I think about it. Something happens to me out in the desert, nobody knows, but I always have my beacon on. But where my family is concerned, I try not to worry them. But for something like this, I think they have a right to be worried.
Duncan will nod, because that seems entirely fair. Well, I'll say it the second time today now, actually. The day's not even very old. They are lucky to have someone like you.
If you say so. Aside from the doctor, I don't really know this group all that well, aside from reputation. But, as much as I don't like finding out what I did find out, I do appreciate being told nonetheless. It lets me think about the things I need to do a little bit better.
There's a number of things not quite meant to stay hidden quite this much. And besides, I'd much prefer if I were not to develop some reputation as a schemer or otherwise either.
Well, everyone has a reputation. You can't be an errant and not have one. It's just the way
Yes,
of
and
it.
I'd prefer if mine were not that of a schemer.
people talk. Errands love to talk. Like, for instance, Aberrant, for example. Did you know that people tend to call him the Vulture? He's not a bad person, but considering his rather... she glances aside and clears her throat. Rather poor bedside manner. He creeps people out whenever he shows up on a rescue contract. I mean, people do appreciate having their lives saved, but his personality could be better. And, he's garnered a bit of a reputation. People avoid him when they can, or when they do try to socialize, it ends up being very, very awkward. And, the other member of their group, which I brought him back to his camp the other night, he's got a bit of a reputation of being a bit of a brute. Polite in normal conversation, but I've heard from other people that when he gets into combat, he goes a little overboard with the violence and brutality. Seems he goes a little bit overboard with the alcohol, too, when presented with the opportunity, considering he was nearly passed out drunk when I dragged him back.
Duncan tries to make mental notes of all the gossip in town.
Well, if you're looking for gossip...
He's not looking for gossip. He's making a mental note of the gossip in town. Thank you very kindly.
Yeah,
She...
even as she's saying all this, she says it with, like, a really impish grin, like she's kind of enjoying talking about it. You don't really need to look far for gossip. Everyone talks about it, not just errands. Even townsfolk like to talk about all the interesting and strange people around. Like, oh, I hear so much from Nissa and her husband Dion. Oh, even her children. they do love to talk. They, especially the kids. They run into a lot of interesting individuals often that they probably shouldn't be, but from what Nissa tells me,
And what is it you consider an interesting individual anyway?
She tilts her head and stops to think about it. Huh. You know, now that I think about it, I'm actually not sure.
There's plenty of people even out here that might consider someone this pale moving all the way out to the desert plenty interesting, you know?
Not that interesting.
So you would say? I think I can think of some 5 people that may disagree somewhat.
I'm actually quite boring. I do have other friends that I spend time with, but I wouldn't say I've been up to anything interesting. I've been working on trying to get a pilot's license for a while now. I am trained in piloting an aircraft, but only small ones. But I think I inherited a lot from my brother. He's a bush pilot back in Nordheim.
Do you ever try fooling people this much that often? I'm not actually that interesting, by the way. I'm a pilot. Good one. Keep it up. You might have me swoon just a little bit. Duncan grumbles more than those shades and what have you had, but oh well.
She just stares back at Duncan, kind of confused. Well, I really don't find it that interesting. I came from a small town, but I suppose some of my skills are notable, I guess.
There's that. There's being the person that got me involved in this stuff anyhow. There's actually getting us some stuff to eat. That was nice, by the way. Thank you again. I really appreciate that.
That's just called the basic human decency and good manners?
No, not really. There's plenty of people that will eat more than they'll cook any time of the week.
Oh, well, thank you for
I
the
think you might
compliment.
just be. I think you just might be making a habit of being somewhat too modest, yeah?
I think that's just a cultural thing. Or that's just how I was raised.
Oh god. Yontaloven applies in fucking. It's hilarious. I'll link you later, it's fine.
Alright then. If you don't mind, today is my day off, but I think, your nerdy friend over there in the living room needed some supplies for alchemy, so I should probably go get what I have out of my vehicle.
I was
and
hoping
pick
to
up.
spend some time anyway, so let me just join you and carry a bunch of these things. It can't all be very light.
Well, it's technically
I'm
portable.
thinking big drums of oil or some such. Duncan squids. I don't actually know. If it's all tiny flasks, I suppose it is. A little light.
There's crates and boxes of glass flasks and other things, but they're not heavy. They are a little bit heavy in bulk, but they're very delicate.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, if you're offering to help me unload them, then alright, go right ahead.
Yes.
Okay, I parked back on the street over there, so it's a bit of a walk. And, she's gonna,
That's fine. That's
gonna
fine. It's
go
one
to the
way.
door. And you guys
It's
are
one
gonna,
way
gonna
not
spend
to hog DM's time with all the conversation in the world.
so
Nice.
you're gonna spend a good chunk of the morning downtime helping her unload her alchemy stuff and set it up wherever the hell Croux wants it.
Yeah. I
Probably in
wouldn't
the
fucking know.
garden shed or the greenhouse.
Alchemy is some nerd shit. And Duncan's not a Breaking Bad character. And I'm going to look Yontaloven now because I call her modest, you go culture, and I am sitting here going, ah, yes.
Alright. So,
I'll
That
post it in the Discord,
is-
there's no rush.
So that is, I think, like the first chunk of downtime. Unless like you other guys want to sort out like RP things while you're out. Like Doc, Ash, did you guys want to do anything while you're out or RP stuff while you're out? Yes, no.
I mean, we're really just getting drip, basically.
Just getting drip. Okay. All
He's
right.
criticizing him every time. Every time he
Alright.
picks something bad.
So, let's see. For the afternoon downtime, or midday downtime, alright, what do you guys want to do?
Chemistry.
Chemistry, sesame, make
Alright.
elemental cocaine. Do
Oh,
it.
no elemental cocaine! Alright, so,
This is the real reason I'm learning alchemy. Fuck elixirs of life. Fuck learning the life shot. I'm making the goddamn shadow coke.
alright, so, Croux. So, around noon-ish, I'm gonna skip ahead on the time here. Bleh. I don't know, it'd be like, yeah, around 10 or 11-ish. So Myiari, with Duncan's help, gets the alchemy lab set up in the greenhouse area, or wherever the hell you want the alchemy stuff.
Probably in the greenhouse, because, like,
Yeah.
that's... I asked if I could make that a workplace. I was given the thumbs up, so...
On conditions.
On the condition that I don't blow it up.
Mhm.
Which... That's a
Yeah.
line that will be crossed when the line is appeared.
Yeah, so Myiari with Duncan's help kind of gets the alchemy lab set up. It is a portable alchemy lab, so it's not a full laboratory. You'd have to actually kind of purchase stuff for that, and she's loaning you her stuff. So what you can make is a little bit limited, mainly just to elixirs and like small things, nothing super huge. But yeah, no, she takes the time to show you what everything does, what goes where, and kind of shows you her book of formulas, which you can actually learn stuff from if you like.
Yeah. I believe I wrote down some. I believe I said in DMs the things I want to learn, but
I think I have a
Oh,
list of her formulas here. Alright, so in terms of formulas, she knows, I think, almost all, like, the elixir formulas, like, that are common. And, for uncommon, she actually has, what is it? Winter Step Elixir, which is common actually in Nordheim, but not super common in this region of Sheridan. Let's see.
something named Winter Step, not common in the desert. Wow.
Yeah. Oh yeah, she does actually have something for you that she loans you while she's showing you the alchemy stuff. And where is it? That's right. Item stuff. So she will give you a pair of alchemist goggles.
Wow.
Yeah. So, I'll just drop that in your inventory.
Hell yeah. I can throw bombs now, but like better. I can't wait to throw thermite at someone. Because as a reminder, for those of you watching, I have thermite. in my back pocket, where I keep my bullets and my other grenades, I have a puddle of thermite.
This
Alright.
just
Could go
seems
wrong.
like an enticement more than anything else.
Just shoot him in the back pocket.
Oh
Shooting
no,
back
don't
pocket, watch
blow
it.
up my ass. Oh no.
So,
Someone
yeah.
tries to pickpocket Croux, they get a fistful of thermite.
So yeah, the alchemist goggles, they are invested, so you have to invest in them every day if you want to get the bonuses from it. But yeah, you get
I
a
will spend that one action.
yeah. So yeah,
God,
you
I
get,
love that it only takes one action to invest in them. You can actually change the invested items if needed.
yeah. So she gives you a pair of goggles to use kind of while playing around with the caustic reagents.
Croux just switches out his normal goggles. It makes sense that like the things for goggles for wiring would probably be different from goggles that like protect against acid in your eyes.
Yeah, like I imagine that Croux has like the tinted goggles for like welding or soldering, which are for bright stuff, but for like alchemy and like other chemical work like that, no, different set.
Yeah. I am debating if I want to spend some downtime later making it so I just wear one set of goggles, but like they can switch between like for welding and soldering and
Oh
and
yeah,
then
you
switching for,
can
like-
do that. You can just combine them into like a single item, and then like you can just flip down, a lens for your welding, and then you have your main set for like chemical stuff. So yeah, I can have you do that. Just combine everything.
Hell yeah. Quote
Let's-
unquote aesthetic.
All right. So, what alchemy things did you want to learn from her? Because she has some uncommon things. She has Book Thief Brew, Pop Dust, Undead Detection Die, Searing Sutures. Those are her uncommon things.
1 second. Searing Sutures. I want to check what that is. Okay, that's something against persistent bleed. One of the things I definitely remember that I wanted is the life shot bullet.
The life shot bullet? Alright, yeah, so she'll tear a page. Well, she'll not tear a page out of her formula book, but she'll let you copy it.
Yeah, Croux just pulls out his own book, starts like. No, it's not a book, it's a notes app on his phone.
Yeah, so it'll take you a bit of time to copy down stuff.
Yeah.
So
and for that, I'm also gonna want the Elixir of Life formula, obviously.
okay, yep, she will let you copy down that.
1 second.
Actually, don't you get like 3 or 5 for free?
Oh yeah. I get 4 for free.
Yeah, you get.
I have a few formulas for free right now. I just completely forgot to actually take them.
Yeah, you have a couple for free. As long as she's around and letting you copy stuff from her formula book, it costs about, I forget how much. She's not gonna charge you for copying down her formulas, but it'll take you like an hour to copy down each one.
I mean, yeah, if it takes like a day to craft one thing, because it's 4 days for a batch of 4, it makes sense that'd be a really intricate formula.
Mm-hmm, yeah. And like the chemical notation.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like for this downtime block, you can copy 3 things.
Alright, the life shot is definitely going to be one of those things, because I can't get that for free. I can only get level 1 alchemical items.
Yeah.
Can I get the Elixir of Life Lesser formula?
Yep. Yeah, you can get that from her.
Alright, so that's the second, and what's one of the things I want?
She's level 6, so she has up to level 6 items.
Alright, I'm going to pause for now, as I'm just going to look through the items and let other people do their things.
Mhm.
Yeah, just ping me in the campaign no mic when you got like the stuff that you want to copy of her, and I'll note it down. Alright, so that's your downtime. Alright, Ash and Doc, like, what are you doing for the midday?
Would we be done like choosing drip?
Yeah, I don't think it would take
Yeah.
3 hours to find like good drip. So
Honestly,
I'd
like,
say,
very indecisive.
yeah, I'd say, oh yeah, you know what, Doc doesn't go shopping for clothing, so I imagine that entire time, you know, Doc is trying on different outfits. Ash is criticizing each choice and saying, yeah, this doesn't work, or no, why are you picking this, blah 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 blah.
I feel like Trey also joins in on that.
Yeah, Trey's just kind of
I would never
like,
wear that.
yeah, it's like, oh, I'd never wear that. It's like, oh, you look ridiculous in that. And like it's early in the day, and like while you guys are in the, I guess, boutique or whatever store, you do see like a couple people pass by who seem to recognize Doc and are kind of surprised. And you can kind of see people whispering to each other on occasion as they pass by the storefront and go on their merry way. But after a couple of hours, yeah, no, Doc, you do manage to get something picked out. It's kind of like a weird hybrid between Trey's old outfit and the one you wore, but slightly fancier.
Nice.
And you've kind of gone into the bird motif a little bit. And yeah, that is your morning downtime. And what would you like to do for the afternoon?
Well, I have to ask this important question. How much do the clothes cost?
Oh, let's see. Hang on. There's
If
actually
we go to one of Anisha's stores, can I get a discount?
Actually, yeah, you probably would. So let's see. So clothing, high fashion, fine. Ooh, yeah, okay. So, I'd say you get like a 75%. So, clothing high fashion is 55, so you'd get like a 75% discount, I think. Or not 75% discount. I'd say like, yeah, 25% discount. So what's 25% of 55? I can't math.
It's math. Not good at that.
Not good at that. 1 second.
13.75.
Yeah, so 55. I'll just round it down. So that's let's say about round it to like 42 GP. So you can subtract that from your total.
I'm not buying these clothes for you.
How much was it again?
42.
Okay. Gotcha.
That's how much your clothes cost.
Nice. I am dripped out.
Yeah, you're
Worth the
dripped out.
purchase.
And what would you guys like to do for your afternoon downtime?
Do you need to be somewhere?
I guess while we're out, we could go somewhere, but it really depends, I guess. Because, well, I need to buy some stuff too.
Where do you need to go?
So, Phoe, I have a question.
Yeah.
Would I need to go to the magic shop to get a spell card?
Yes, you would. Yeah. It's the only place that sells them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to do that right now, though. Let's see.
Oh yeah. Now that we're in downtime, I should mention that stores are open only up until certain times. So like they're not open like until at late at night. The magic shop, however, is an exception because the store owner is a little eccentric. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. I was actually supposed to give you a new lore thing because it's actually going to come into play now. So Doc, you're going to have local lore for Sunshale. That way you can more easily dispense information about the area because like Doc's lived in Sunshale for a while now, like a couple of years, so he's a local. So
okay.
Let me add that.
It'd still be funny if I roll ones.
Yeah, it would be. And then you are trained in it. I'd say X. Yeah, you have a plus 13. Well, yeah, like you can use your local lore in place of society. So like your skill mod should be about the same for both. They're both plus 13. So
I see.
Yeah.
Gotcha. That's funny. Anyways, yes.
Alright, so what would you guys like to do? If you can't think of anything right now, it's fine. I'll skip over to Cumaenos for a bit.
I want to scout for information on Quint.
Okay. Anywhere in particular that you'd like to dig around for information?
Probably. I
Doc
would
can help
say.
with that.
Because I know usually it's the bars where people talk the most. But I do have somebody here that has, underworld connections.
Yeah. So, who's going to be the one doing most of the legwork? Because that'll influence who's making the check, and then the other person can roll an aid check.
I mean, if you want to use my underworld lore, it'd probably be me.
For the work, and I'll use aid.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if you want
Yeah.
to.
Yeah.
So I think the appropriate check for aid for this, Ash, use your scouting lore. If you roll 18 or higher, that is a successful aid check. Yeah.
23.
Alright, that is a success. So Doc gets a +1 bonus to underworld lore.
Okay. We shall see.
Yeah, so it's a +1 circumstance bonus. So I don't think you really need it because I think you have like a circumstance bonus already, and I think you have pursue a lead set to Quint. Set that, by the way, if you haven't set your lead.
Yes, I know. I was about to ask, but yeah, it's also a circumstance bonus, so
Yeah.
We'll
Use
see what I roll
whichever-
regardless.
Yeah, use whichever one you want.
Okay. I'll use the circumstance bonus for the funny that Ash gave me. So
Alright.
26.
Alright, that's very good. Okay. That's underworld lore. Alright, that's a success, but not a crit. Alright, so you want to find out about Quint, right?
I've been asked to find about Quint. I will ask whatever I can.
Okay, so, let's see here. Alright, so, Doc, this is what you find out. So, you guys go around town for a couple of hours, poking and prodding at the shadier side of Sunshale. And Ash, it both surprises you and doesn't surprise you that Doc knows some pretty sketchy people. But you know, you're not one to judge. You're technically a criminal too. But so yeah, you guys spend time going around, asking questions, poking, see what people know in the underground, and for a while, at least at first, you don't really come up with a name. People are just talking about this kind of intimidating, like, hulked up gnoll that rolled into town about 2 months ago, and started kind of walking around like he owned the place, or is in the process of trying to own the place. And he's been trying to establish a racket with some of the smaller independent shops in town. A lot of the bigger errant places, like the bigger errant shops, haven't been on the receiving end of this racketeering yet, but they've heard about it. And a lot of the seedy folk in the criminal underworld have either been roped into his gang or have had run-ins with them. They are not a fun lot. They come off as kind of very casual and genial, but no, they will kick the shit out of you if an opportunity presents itself. Let's see. But it seems like Quint has not been in town for a couple of days now. And the last that anyone knows, he was out in the desert, out near Table Rock, looking for something or someone. No one really seems to know who he's after, but he's kind of determined.
I recognize that area.
And yeah, in the past 4 days, a bunch of what you can assume to be Quint's cronies have been asking around about anyone who's taken a mining contract recently.
Well,
yeah,
funny.
Yeah. And know, like your names don't come up specifically, but you're like a still from like what looks like a security video has been going around, like, and they've been asking people, hey, do you recognize this person? And fortunately, whoever's been asked hasn't, like, your identities haven't been blown yet for the most part, because hey, security video is a little bit hard to identify people with. But yeah, that's what you're able to find out. Quint is currently not in town.
In Table Rock.
Yeah.
That's near where we went to go that's where we went to go near the mine contract. Wow.
Yeah, according to some of the guys lower on the totem pole, he went up to Smuggler's Ridge looking for information on certain people, but he has not come back yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have some leniency before he comes back.
Yeah. Like, you estimate it might be a couple of days, but you're not sure exactly how long it'll be.
Okay. I see. Good info to have.
And
Alright.
so now we know some of the companies that are in his ring.
So you know how a racket works, right? Basically, whichever crime boss or crime organization is operating in town, they try to extort money from individuals or businesses. It's air quotes protection money, but they're the ones that are gonna like hassle you if you don't pay up. So yeah. So I wouldn't say working for them, they're being extorted. Yeah. But yeah, some of the smaller criminals around town have been kind of shanghaied into working for him. So yeah, that's what you find out.
I think I may know what I want to do next.
What do you want to
After
do?
all of that. What do you say, Nate?
What do you want to do?
Well, there's someone he might want to ask about certain things. At a place he lives at.
So you need to go home.
Just stop by.
Alright, so I guess that'll be your afternoon activities or midday activities. You've gone and found some information. Alright, Cumaenos, your midday activities, what would you like to do?
He was also planning on heading out and actually utilizing diplomacy to try and sift around for any information about the people that were trying to murder us.
Alright. So, if you're doing that, that would be diplomacy then. That would be a diplomacy roll.
Yeah.
Alright.
Would you like me to make that now?
Yes, please.
Bang.
Ooh, that's very good. Okay, so with the 26, that is a success, but not a crit success. Alright. So the people that were trying to murder you, like specifically the shadows, or just like this, or like you're asking about the suits outright?
Gonna be asking not the suits outright, but more like the shadows and stuff, and like feeding them that.
Alright then. Okay, so in regards to the shadow things, alright, so unlike the more northern countries in Misgard who kinda suffer from undead problems on the regular, undead aren't super common in the south too much. especially in populated areas. So like in Sunshale, that is very, very unusual. However, like Sunshale doesn't have an undead problem per se, but it is something that pops up on occasion, particularly in the last, how long? I want to say like 4 years or so? 4 or 5 years, yeah, it's become a little bit of a problem in Western Sunshale, because there was a particularly bad accident at the train station, an explosion, pretty much, that killed quite a few people. Including, oh, yeah, it killed quite a few people, and although the local clerics and ghost hunters tried their best to remedy the situation, like with the dead and stuff, it wasn't a perfect fix. So there's occasionally bouts of restless dead that pop up every so often. Doesn't pop up all that much, but it's particularly bad during the month of Redfall, because Redfall and there's a holiday at the end of the month on the 30th called the Harrowing, which is their version of Halloween. And it's the entire month is considered kind of particularly hazardous because the barrier between all the various planes and worlds are considered to be at their thinnest, and it gradually thins out towards the 30th, which is the turnover and also the harrowing. And yeah, that's when the barrier is at its thinnest, so undead crop up a bit during Redfalls, and the clerics and ghost hunter guilds kind of have to deal with that a bit.
My busiest day.
Yeah, your busiest day. But like directed assassinations using undead is very unusual. Most of the undead that pop up are the mindless kind, or the very emotional kind, like, oh hey, died an agonizing, painful death, and getting revenge on the living sort of thing. Yeah, no, like intelligent undead and directed undead are very, very unusual, because necromancy is very taboo, even in Sheridan. So yeah, like finding a necromancer would be very difficult, but they're pretty easy to identify. But nobody really knows anyone who practices that sort of thing, and if they do, they hide themselves very well. But you do hear some gossip or whisperings from the older townsfolk about how back when GenCorp was still in operation, there were rumors of a facility nearby, but everybody kind of believes that it was shut down and purged after the whole fiasco happened and everything got shut down, because one thing that GenCorp and the suits like to make use of is undead, but that's more of a northern thing, from what people say.
Okay.
Yeah.
If he asked, would anybody have any, idea vaguely where that facility would have been, or, know exactly where it is, or anything like that?
All anyone ever really seems to not really know, but the rumor is that it was out in the middle of the desert somewhere very remote and isolated away from people. Nobody knows exactly where it was. All they know is that it was probably somewhere out in the Tixada desert. That's all anyone knows. Exactly where. But as part of the rumors, some people believe that the facility wasn't shut down because during the takedowns, like the international takedowns, there was a list published in the media of all the facilities that were shut down and
it did list
purged.
one in the desert.
Uh,
Oh, excuse me.
well, actually,
And it
no.
did not.
Yeah, it did not list one in the desert. So,
Yeah.
the rumor is that either there wasn't one, but nobody believes that, or that they never found it, and it was still in operation. But some of the locals believe it's just a boogeyman story to scare people into compliance. Like, oh, if you be careful when you go out in the desert at night, or you might not come back. That sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, always fun.
I
Yeah.
feel like we've been there.
He.
Yeah, it's almost like that exact situation happened to us.
Yep.
We weren't out at night. We were working in the day. We just fell in a hole.
And collapsed in the hole.
You collapsed the hole.
That was the tectonic plates doing that one. But that's about it, I would think, for that period of the afternoon. Yes.
Yeah. All right. Like as you kind of like finish your, I guess, investigation or asking around, more than a couple of people warn you, especially like some of the older townsfolk. They warn you about asking too many questions about the suits, and to be careful who you ask and what you ask, because even though people believe the suits and GenCorp are long gone, it's best not to dig too deep.
I do want to point out,
Otherwise, you
Cumaenos
attract
did,
unwanted attention.
yeah, I do want to point out, Cumaenos did not ask about the suits or anything. He was asking about like the undead around Sheridan.
Oh no, it's just the implications. Like, be careful about what questions that you ask and who you ask them from, because saying the wrong thing to the wrong person will attract unwanted attention.
It would be like that sometimes.
Yeah.
You don't say.
Mhm.
Couldn't be
Yeah.
me.
All right, so that's your downtime for the afternoon. All right, Duncan, what are you doing for the midday?
Good question. Is Myiari going to be busy for the rest of the day? Because then I should probably find something to do as well.
Yeah, she's gonna probably be spending a lot of time helping Croux out with the alchemy stuff for the rest of the day.
Yeah, like I don't mind helping out with carrying stuff for a little while, but back to alchemy, not my thing.
No, Duncan is not like the nerdy type, at least when it comes to chemicals.
No.
Alright.
I will go and see what places we have in town that we can spend our hard-earned cash on, where adventure shit is concerned.
Okay,
People with
alright.
the latest in lethal wares and things to break and enter to kill people and take their stuff. The true oldest of adventure traditions.
Alright, so are you looking for shops or just things to do adventurer shit around?
Very specific.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm looking for, actually. I was thinking, yes.
Alright, all of the above. Okay. Alright, so I actually do have a list of shops here and the shopkeeper NPCs. Alright, so actually I'll type this into the chat.
Time I want to apply your time. I was open.
Also, because I'm listing out the shops and the NPCs, you can play the game of guessing what the reference is.
Nice.
Yeah.
Indubitably.
Mayhaps.
Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. There we go. So, before the colon, that's the name of the shop. After the colon, that's the NPC that runs it. Or NPCs.
I wonder what the reference cult is. I mean, wow, man. Who was this Sam cult?
Walmart.
I got
I
it.
hear the shop keeps the only communist in Tixada because truly she intends to make people equal. Anyway.
Alright, so that's the list of the shops. So Daring Decadence, that's where you can purchase alchemical food. If you like. Because normally you have to craft it and it takes a while, but I'm just gonna have it so you can buy it.
Myiari crafted for us.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I'm going to head over to our famed explorers to see what adventure supplies may be there.
The famed explorers.
I guess like you guys kind of figured this shit out already.
I mean,
Look, it's obvious.
listen, I could have gone to the darkest dungeon character, but I'm good. I'm good. I'm fine.
Yeah. I think you guys have gotten most of them.
Wow, it really is a Darkest
yeah.
Dungeon reference.
Yeah, it is.
Wait, what's the darkest dungeon reference?
Dismiss.
Highwayman Armory, Dismiss Gloomburst.
Dismissive.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be so dismissive.
Alright, so you want to go over to, the adventuring supply shop? Oh man, I forgot, I don't have, tokens for these guys. Hang on a second. Give me a moment.
It's always how it is. We pick the one shop that the tokens aren't there for.
Yeah, 1 second.
It's funny, it'll be quick.
Yeah, 1 second. Let me just create tokens for these guys because I did not. Anyway, while I'm doing that, Cumaenos, what are you doing in the meantime?
Minos would, in his last bit of downtime before the evening, would go and investigate the train yard.
I do not have a map for that one just yet.
Well, I'm specifically doing it just because of the whatchamacallit, the indication that there was a lot of restless spirits around that area.
Alright.
Oh. doing a little bit of lunging.
Well, that's not even like the intention, but if it is a matter of like, it's in all likelihood wherever the individual that got a hold of the look-see man and then the shadows probably procured them from to send them after us.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yep.
That sounds
That is a
logical.
good point.
Okay, 1 second. I'm making. I apologize.
That's all.
Shit, where did I save this?
Over there.
Over there.
Over there.
Oh, damn it. Is that not? Yeah, the worst part is I do have a map for the adventure shop that DG made, but I don't have tokens.
That's
I don't-
fine.
I don't
And
have
if ever
tokens for these
ask
guys.
for maps for shopping, that's fine.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Oh, it's fun.
Actually, I think I'll handle Cumaenos' stuff first, since I think that might be a little bit faster. Yeah, so I'll forget the tokens for now. I'll have them for next time. Alright, so Cumaenos, you want to go to the train station?
I promise I'll never ask a difficult question again. Barely asking, can I go shopping was just too much.
Yep.
Well, more specifically, the train yard, not the train station. Like
Oh,
it's
the
roughly
train
where the
yard.
accident occurred.
Okay. So, the accident actually happened at the train station, believe it or not.
Okay.
So, what time is it right now? So, yeah, it's middle of the day. So, there's a lot of people arriving and departing at the train station. A lot of it looks fairly new. Which is kinda... It looks a little... What's the word? It looks very different from, like, the Wild West aesthetic you'd expect from, Sunshale. Like, it really, really plays hard into that. The train station is actually fairly modern looking, and it looks like, something that was built only in, like, the past 5 years or so. And you would assume that, they had to rebuild it after the accident. And there's still telltale marks, like scorch marks, here and there, on the platforms and in the surrounding area. From the looks of it, it looked pretty bad. And towards one end of the train station outside, there's actually a memorial that has been set up with, it's just like a massive gray stone slab, polished, and has names of people engraved on it.
Okay. He would then go up to the slab and start reading through the names. He would all just kind of like reading them just to understand them, but also pick out, see if there's any like notable names in there.
Actually. Nate, do you have that list of names that I gave you previously?
The 3 names?
Yeah, it was 3. Did Ash show that to anybody?
No.
Okay. So yeah, no, those wouldn't be familiar. So, to you, Cumaenos, there wouldn't really be any familiar names, but I don't know if Cumaenos would do this, but if he looked them up, he would find that a lot of the names were... a significant amount of them were errants, and there's a lot of, news clippings, and stuff on the web about the accident 4 or 5 years ago. Interestingly, a lot of the remains were never recovered. Maybe half were recovered. and identified.
Oh,
Many were missing, and
interessante.
among the missing, the vast majority of them were errants. Yeah.
Duly noted.
And also in the news clippings, Cumaenos would find out that there was one very, very prominent victim of the accident, a Phoenicia Sinclair. Yeah.
Let me just stroke at my chin for a moment.
Stroke the chin.
Seems a bit strange. doesn't it?
Yeah.
Bit of a sticky wicket.
Mhm.
He will duly note that. And then after investigating that, he'll actually find a bit of an out-of-the-way spot from the station to sit and rest for a little bit. And while he does so, you will actually... Let me double-check this real quick. Just want to see its exact... Okay, not necessary. He will instead simply sit there with his eyes closed behind his mask, and then just kind of like sit and feel if there's like any spirits doing weird stuff around in
Doing
the area.
weird stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
So as bright and vibrant as Sunshale is, and you know, like it always feels fairly warm. The train station, and particularly the area around the memorial, is very cold. It's not brimming with spirit activity, but it does kind of radiate the sensation of death. Like it's never left. And the sensation that Cumaenos gets is... what's the right word for this? Envy, discontent, and just searing, agonizing pain. It's not like currently active, it's like ripples of a lingering emotion, which is what Cumaenos can sense.
Okay.
The energy does fluctuate though. Like it could bubble up at any given moment, but it's early in Redfall, so it's not that bad.
Okay. Are there any like particularly like notable ones out there?
Energies or fluctuations?
Yeah, well, like yeah, like both, I guess. If there's like any points that stand out amongst that.
Yeah, actually there would be. So, not far from the memorial, there's a particular area of track that has flowers kind of laid near it. Some of them are pretty old, and you can kind of reasonably assume that this was the exact spot that the accident happened.
Okay. After determining that, he would then walk over to the pile of flowers and then look for particularly, like, if there are any, like, ones that would have been freshly laid there, like, recently.
Nothing super recent as far as you can tell. A lot of them are fairly dried. Most of the flowers that get laid at the train station are laid at the memorial. But Cumaenos would find a couple of old wreaths of blue roses, just kind of like tucked away, but were never kind of cleared out.
Interessante. In that case, he will reach out a hand, removing a glove, and then place his hand upon one of the wreaths and see if there are any, like, notable, like, emotions tied to them.
Okay.
Using the let me see specifically what it's referred to as.
Read psychometric resonance. All right.
Yep, that one.
Let's see. So, what would be the strongest emotions associated with those? So the two most powerful emotions with those would be survivor's guilt or regret. That would be the most intense. And seething hatred.
Like, let's focus on some seething hatred and see what we get there.
It's a lust for vengeance.
Hell yeah!
Oh.
Vengeance.
Yeah. Whoever laid those wreaths, is very pissed off about something or someone.
Would that be enough to try and glean lore about this individual?
If you would like to, yes, you may try.
I would like to do my D100s. Doop-de-doo.
I am vengeance. I am the
Perfect.
night.
34. Okay. So this is in the 30 region, okay.
Kind of fits. Talking about vengeance.
Yeah. So with Glean the lore, you kinda Cumaenos gets kind of the feeling of like a dark chuckling in the back of his head. But also kind of a sense of disdain towards this individual because very much steeped in death, which Ignoran does not like. But at the same time, there is still like a begrudging respect for life from this individual, which Ignoran can kind of sort of it's a mixed bag. But this individual is steeped in death.
Duly noted. My favorite.
Yeah.
With that, I believe that is as much that he thinks that he can find out in this moment from the station. So from there, he would probably look to return for the evening.
All right. Okay. Who else needs to handle stuff? I think that's everybody for afternoon stuff.
I believe so.
Okay. All right. So if that's it for the afternoon, let's move on to the evening.
I mean,
for
we
this
haven't
day.
done the shopping.
Oh yeah, the shopping.
Just
Alright.
saying, like, I've queued it up, but if you need a moment, you need a moment.
Alright, yeah, sorry. Yeah. So, what would Duncan like to do at the adventure shop? I do not have the NPCs, so I'm afraid I can't do much.
That's
Okay.
fine.
Yeah. So, what would you like to do there? Because well, let me see what I listed that they have for sale. At the adventure shop. So they have all common gear. They have some uncommon stuff. Yeah, it's all common and uncommon. They sell some basic alchemical tools, so like, you know, glow sticks, pepper spray.
Pepper spray. Funny.
And quite a few elixirs, like the utility stuff, so like Cat's Eye Elixir, Dark Vision, Mist Form, Salamander, Stonefist Elixir, Cheetah's Elixir, Eagle Eye, Sea Touch. And then for magical gear, they have Ever-Burning Torch, Rope of Climbing, Bag of Holding. Oh yeah, this is where you can get bags of holding.
Look, I'm going to assume these men aren't veteran adventurers.
Oh yeah. So let me see.
I'm going to talk to them, wave, and inquire with them about dealing with sentient undead maybe trying to murder us. Because it seems fairly important and like something that veteran explorers might know about.
Wow.
All right. So let's see. Who would be the more experienced of the two? Hang on. Where's my NPC list?
Fuck. Excuse me.
All right. So, okay. So both of these guys, they look like they're in their late 30s, early 40s or so. And Lewis, they're both kind of decked out in they're kind of decked out in like relatively rugged attire, still comfortable, but quite a few leathers, but still, and like light shirts. Lewis is so he's a former ranger. He stares at you kinda with a squint. Undead? Really? We don't get a lot of undead in these parts.
I had that impression, yes. Duncan doesn't really sound happy either. But it's a problem, and it's a problem I'd like to be able to solve when next they happen to show up.
Well, most of what we got here is for dealing with animals and bigger game. If you want stuff for dealing with undead, you're probably better off hitting up the clerics at their local chapter. They're usually the ones that have the equipment for dealing with this stuff. And the other guy, Clark, he's kind of a bit more of a dandy looking kind of guy. Not quite as rugged, very well groomed, slicked back hair, cares way too much about his appearance. But yeah, he'll jerk his thumb towards the door. Oh yeah, they have like everything that you need for dealing with undead. Holy water, silver, all that kind of stuff.
Alright, well, clearly Duncan wandered into the wrong establishment.
Yeah,
Will in fact prank these
unfortunately.
men, but then yeah, okay, I guess we're wandering along. Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah, if you want to go hitting them up, they're a little bit closer towards the center of town. Hard to miss. The building's pretty big.
Yeah, sure. I mean, okay then. Sounds like a plan. Duncan heading towards the center of town. We're going to church.
Going to church.
Going to church.
So, the thing about clerics is, well, it's not all clerics, but what did I call
Some of my
them
best
here?
friends are clerics. Yes, I've heard this one, but
What did I refer to them as in here? Yeah, so it would be the Sunshale Abbey. So, the Abbey is kind of like... There's different chapters all over the world, and basically they're gatherings for, I guess the more... religiously minded people.
we're in Texada. I need this to be the trashiest American megachurch known to man.
It's actually it's not really that trashy, and it's not really a mega church. Because what's it? I think Sheridan.
I respect that, but I'm
Sheridan
still
is
allowed to
actually-
be disappointed.
Sheridan's actually fairly secular, and a lot of
Who the hell is secular in a place where the gods are objectively real? Like, dude, at that point, there's
Actually-
something wrong with you.
Actually, a lot of people don't really believe
Yeah,
in the
fair.
gods too intensely, at least in Mistgard.
Fair, that's fair.
You can't
I
really
realized
disprove
what I was
their
talking about, and
existence.
I kind of went, you know what? This is a fair point, actually.
Yeah, because like, okay, the way like divine worship goes in Mistgard is clerics, even though they do get their power and abilities from divinities, same thing with champions. Clerics are kind of, people who are said to have heard the whisperings of a particular divine and, get power from them or help them reform their works because, the gods are not able to. Most people just think they're crazy or misguided. It's like, oh, how quaint. A lot of people... Yeah, people will very loosely believe in the gods of Mistgard, but don't really put much stake in them. They believe them to be stuff that probably existed at some point, but the fact that they're not here now is like, okay, what do we do? So clerics, there aren't really too many of them, but they're pretty... people, when they're able to do the things they do, most people just kind of shrug and don't really question it too hard. Oh, they're useful.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's pretty much what I need. I don't need to know why it works. I just need... Give me the holy water, bitch.
Yeah, just give me the holy water, bitch.
Fucking heal me, man.
So let's see, what does the Abbey have? But yeah, the Abbey is more I guess, places for, I guess, the faithful to gather and kind of receive training on how to handle and control their abilities and foster them more. They also, depending on the place, the Abbey is usually also shares responsibility with the Errands Association with helping train people. Not just for medical stuff, so for healing, they share those duties, but also training people how to deal with certain creatures like demons or undead. So the Abbey actually kind of helps teach training programs on how to deal with those sorts of things. So they're kind of helpful. Alright, and so the Abbey, so they have various religious texts on the gods, or various gods, religious symbols. Let's see, for alchemical stuff, they have alignment ampules and ghost charges. And then for magical stuff, you can get divine spell scrolls. There's something called a holy steam ball. Thurible of Revelation, and there's actually kind of a couple of uncommon things. Ladies' Chalice, Corpse Compass, Sealing Chest, and Holy Prayer Beads.
That's a very interesting list.
Yeah, this is mainly undead stuff. They can also kind of assist with supplying I think silver weapons? I think that's the stuff that kills demons? I think that's the stuff that kills demons.
Yeah, usually.
No. Killing demons is cold iron, killing devils is silver.
Oh no, I think cold iron also does stuff to demons. Silver is also something else. I think
it's fine.
I think both of those.
There's a specific metal in PF2E that does do something to undead.
Yeah, there's a specific metal, but I can't remember which one it is.
Yeah. Cold iron does do damn. Usually demons are weak to cold iron, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but demons are not the issue here.
Ghosty woasties.
If demons are an issue as well, Duncan's going to probably reach his breaking point fairly quickly and just ask, okay, who has that conscience here? Who do I throw at this thing?
Alright, so what are you trying to do at the Abbey? Information, supplies?
I will tell them about what we face down and just very politely ask. I'm willing to pay, by the way, that's fine. But given that, would you be so kind as to tell me what I might need to make the next fight or encounter or what have you go by slightly better?
What does the Holy Steam Ball do?
Steam ball just sounds like a piece of dim sum, honestly.
Like a holy hand grenade.
It's a holy hand
Christ.
grenade.
Is it a holy hand grenade? It's for demons.
Gives a plus
So
2,
I go to the
bonus.
explorer's shop because I basically went. Veteran adventurers probably know how to deal with undead. They don't. We go to the clerics, and I go to church, and they're going, "Sorry, we specialize in demons here." Like,
Specialize in demons.
at some point, I'm gonna run out of options.
Ah. Alright, so for dealing with undead, they'll tell you that anything that does positive energy damage is really, really effective against undead. So, but no, you cannot use like healing potions against undead. That does not work. It does have positive energy, but it's not positive damage. So you can't hurl healing potions at undead and it'll kill them. No, you can't do that.
Duncan kind of looks at his axe. Thank fuck for Texada being an open carry nation.
I think there's a bomb that
There are a
See,
few
now
bombs.
we're talking.
There's a few bombs. There's the ghost charge, which does only positive damage, and there's also bottled sunlight,
yeah,
which
okay.
does both positive damage and fire damage.
Yeah, so yeah, they have that because I did say they
The
have
reason
ghost
I know this is
charges.
because the reason I know this is because I'm learning the ghost charge formula by myself from the feat, and I'm going to hope that I can learn the bottled sunlight formula.
Yeah, so they definitely have ghost charges and bottled sunlight for like positive damage for undead.
That's just a funny image of going to the church. Like, hey, can I have a bottle of sunlight, please?
This is like literally holy hand grenades.
I mean,
There is
I'll-
also
buy one of both?
there is also technically a rune that does more damage against undead, but it's at level 5.
So let's
That's
see.
nice, but not really applicable to me. I
So
would
let's
like
see.
one of each,
Oh,
because why the
ghost
hell not?
charge. Oh, ghost charges are really cheap. They're like 3 GP.
I mean, you're looking at the lowest level, I assume.
Yeah.
There are
What's the moderate? Ghost
Mod-
charge. You can also get a ghost touch rune if you really, really wanted to.
oh right, yeah, that's typically against
What does
ghosts.
that do?
Lets you hit ghosts
Yeah,
for like
You can-
full damage without them resisting.
yeah. So ghost charge, the moderate one, which is item level 3, that's 10 GP. So you can buy one of those. That's a bomb? Yeah, it's a bomb.
Yeah.
And then
What's the onset like? Is it fire and forget, or does it detonate in a minute? Because like I don't
bomb
have a
is
minute
a-
in most fights.
A bomb is a fire and forget.
yeah, it costs like it takes 1 action to throw it.
And
And
how
then
many
it's-
actions to prime it?
Oh, you don't have to.
Nothing.
You
It's
don't have to
just
prime
you
it.
It's just
Oh,
you pull it
literally
out
just-
and toss it.
Yeah.
Okay.
However, there is a detonator item in alchemy. Remote detonator. Hang on. Don't ask me
Alchemy-
why I.
Alchemical fuse, I believe.
Remote trigger.
Remote trigger. There's also a fuse, but yeah.
Yeah, there's also the alchemical fuse.
Oh, remote trigger is a feat.
Uh,
No, wait,
remote-
no, never mind. There's a remote trigger feat and item.
Oh,
My
it's
bad.
it's item level 5, so you can't purchase the trigger.
Fair.
Blowing your nose.
Is my guy okay?
What is that noise?
My
Someone
husband
blowing
is-
his nose.
My husband is trying to blow a bugle. Is that even
Oh.
clean?
It sounded like someone just put a can of compressed air against their mic.
Okay, so if you want to be able to do damage against ghosts specifically, Ghost Touch Rune is good. That's
Okay,
item
but
level
nothing of
4.
what we thought was actually ghost specifically. It was worse.
Oh yeah, it was
Oh.
undead.
They
There's
still
like-
count as ghosts. The shadows did.
The shadows kind of just ghosts, but like for undead in particular, I don't remember if there's a rune that is good against undead. I think there is. I think it's disrupting, actually. I think it's the disrupting rune.
Yeah,
Okay.
Disrupting Rune is a level 5 rune.
Oh, it's
Does
level 5.
extra
God damn
d6
it.
positive damage.
You could wheel and deal it though.
Yeah, you could wheel and deal. You do. You are a merchant. So if you
I'll be right
really,
back.
really want that level 5 rune,
Nah. I will take a bottle of sunlight, and I will take a ghost charge, just to make sure that if a fight happens and I'm not in charging range, and it is in fact a ghost or some such, I can fuck with them.
so I'll give you a moderate ghost charge because that's the average level 1. So I'll drop one of those into your inventory, and then bottled sunlight.
You can subtract the
think-
money
which I
as
think
well.
is
Duncan's good
moderate.
for it. He's not going to make a big deal out of this stuff.
He's like, fair price.
So one each of the moderate ones. And 30, okay. Alright, that's 30 gold subtracted. Anything else you'd like to do?
No, I'm good then, thanks. Head
Alright.
back to my alchemist friends and their nerd shit, and then eventually get some dinner.
Alright. Alright, evening activities, guys. What would you like to do?
It's the evening.
And Cumaenos would head back to the establishment.
Okay.
And then
Sorry about that. I'm back. What happened? Are we dead yet?
You're not
No.
dead yet, no.
Aw, dang.
You're lucky
So-
to leave these doors unlocked.
That's you. Oh, listen.
That's a funny little noise.
But yeah, Cumaenos would head back, and he would begin standing awkwardly in the corner again.
Is he just gonna like watch over Croux writing down notes?
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
Oh yeah. Oh, actually, something I wanted to do while they during this downtime. I wanted to have Myiari look over my formula for the corporeality oil,
Mm-hmm.
because that was sort of made on the spot. So I just wanted hey Myiari, since you know about this a lot better than me, can you look over this? Tell me if I did anything did anything dumb trying to make this. It's a way to make actually let ghosts fully interact with here.
Myiari will lean over and look at the formula, and she'll frown. Aren't ghosts able to make themselves corporeal anyway? I don't know how it works. I just assume.
Have her tell him to go to the clerics.
Refer
Go
to
to the
clerics.
I mean, from what I could tell, that seemed like something that took a fair bit of or rather a lot of effort, and I mean specifically with Trey, sort of took his energy for the day. So I figured maybe so that he doesn't have to expend that energy. This.
She'll look at the formula again. Well, it does look like a stable compound. Although I think you could probably make an adjustment here and probably here, to make it more reliable. And she'll scribble in a couple of notes in the margins.
Yep.
Because what you have right now makes it look like it might explode if you were to drop it or handle it improperly.
Yeah, I was sort of just fucking around when I was making this, trying to hope I didn't find out. I had to. I had to. Well, I didn't have to. I would try to sort of invert a ghost oil, invert ghost oil. That was Furret fucking up, not Croux. Yeah.
Right.
Tried to sort of invert ghost oil after had to make some of that, and well, if it says unstable as you said, I'm just gonna say I'm glad I didn't drop any.
She does kind of point out though that with the formula that you did have, it's theoretically possible for you to make something that could temporarily force a person out of phase with I guess the normal plane, so kinda spell. Is it blink? I don't remember. But yeah, it'd be kind of like a temporarily kind of displace them into the ethereal plane. Kind of like banish.
That is what the blink spell does.
Yeah, it's like what the
just
blink
like
spell does.
Halfway through.
Yeah, like halfway through you get stuck. Yeah, she points out that it's theoretically possible to make something that could possibly do that. Like, you know, like etheric displacement or something like that. I have to actually look it up and see if there's like an elixir or bomb that does that, because I don't remember.
Banish bomb.
Yeah.
It'd be very funny if you could make a bomb that banishes ghosts.
Yeah.
I do not vibe. Go to literal hell. Throw
actually,
the
not
bomb at
even
you.
just for ghosts, for like
Normal
people. Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, you.
Me when I see the fucking 5 of clubs, I do not vibe with you. Go to literal hell. Throws the bomb.
It's temporary displacement. You wouldn't be sending them to hell. You'd be sending them to like the ethereal plane. So
I do not vibe with you. Go to literal purgatory.
Temporarily make them a ghost, just not dead. Anyway, yeah, so that's what she points out to you. Like, theoretically, could possibly do that.
It'd be a good way to freak someone out.
Yeah.
Hey guys, check this out. Throws bomb. Gone.
It's literally the Ninja Venus.
Just without the smoke.
Alright,
Yes, that is something that I'm going to definitely be noting down.
Who else is doing what?
Did you do something, DG?
I guess, yeah, me and Ash are still out, and like, for the evening, there's still more, like, after this, we'll reconvene, right? So, so, like, in the case Doc wants to take a little trip and visit Wayton.
Oh, Waylon?
Yeah, Waylon. Yeah, Waylon.
Alright, 1 second. I'm gonna switch maps, actually.
Let's
He wants
go.
He wants to visit Waylon real quick.
Yeah, hang on. Which map is it? Hang on. So you're heading back to the veterinary clinic. Okay.
After all he's learned today, he might as well ask something from him.
How am I?
I have to leave a bit early, I just realized, because someone messaged me about a couple things, so I have to dip.
That's fine.
Apologies.
Understandable.
I'm glad I had the time though, and I'll be off.
Okay.
Alright, bye
Yeah.
bye, car house.
Bye-bye.
See you
Okay,
later.
why is this not activating right now? Hang on. I
Not
have to
the spell
reload.
card.
I have to reload. 1 second, let me reload this.
Okay.
Because it's not letting me activate the map.
Oh no. I'm causing you trouble. Oh no.
Okay. Oh, your token's on here already. Let me fix that. And Ash, you're with him.
Yep.
Yep, Baruni.
Alright. Alright, switching maps. There we go. DG made this map.
Cat.
Cat.
There was
Alright.
the cat.
I use Blade Fury, Lightning Assault on the cat.
Alright, so Doc, this is where you've been living for the past couple of years now? Yeah. And Waylon is both your former employer and your neighbor and your landlord.
Yes.
Uh-huh. And
So yeah.
yeah, you guys arrive out front and you see a white cat sitting on the porch.
Oh, that's Ripley. He's weird.
Yeah, the cat is Ripley that Waylon kind of, I guess, owns. It's his pet. And Doc, Ripley hops off of the fence, strides up and sits at your feet, stares up at you and meows as it wags its tail.
I see. What does Trey think of this cat?
This cat is really fucking creepy. I don't know what it is about it, but I don't like it. And
Just
the
the
cat,
eyes.
the cat, yeah, well, it's got heterochromia, but the cat stares actually in Trey's direction, like right at him. Am I imagining it, or can this thing see me?
Don't you know cats see ghost?
I don't
Hey?
think that's something, You know what, let's ignore that.
Actually,
Just
Doc,
come in, just come. Yeah.
Ripley meows at you. It really wants you to pet it.
Okay, fine, one pet. Gives you a pet.
As a treat.
It's a treat.
Yeah. It purrs happily and nuzzles up against your leg, and seems happy. It seems satisfied.
Surprising it still recognized me.
Yeah,
Well.
it's very surprising.
Let's go in.
Cat just kind of continues doing whatever cats do.
Creepy cat.
In campaign, no Mike is the only thing I can think of right now.
Yes.
Just a weird fucking cat out.
That is exactly what I thought of when we were making this. Anyways, he goes up and is like, Waylon?
Waylon is actually sitting behind the desk. It's actually not too busy at the veterinary clinic today. Yeah, what do you want?
It's me, Prater. Doc.
Doc, yeah, Waylon leans over the desk and squints at you. Ah, so it is.
He pulls down the mask.
I almost didn't recognize you. I didn't think you looked like that under the mask.
Yeah, it's a long story. Anyways, I have some, yeah. I just want to know something real quick. Has anyone been...
Is it about your rent? Because you haven't paid it this month.
Wait.
Yeah, he looks at his calendar on his desk. It's the 3rd of the month. You're past due a couple of days. Normally you pay on time, but when I went by your place the other day, you weren't home.
Do you even look at the news?
Oh, that was you? Oh, happy to see you're alive.
Yeah, that kind of happened. Anyways, a little, I'll pay it, but a little favor, and I might want to ask. Has anyone came by looking for me?
I mean,
During the days I've been gone.
Oh, I thought you were talking about a while back. I thought that stopped after a while. Actually, yeah, a couple of guys in suits came looking for you. The other day? I don't remember.
Well, if they ever come back again...
They didn't mention you by name, but, showed picture and everything. Your mask is kinda hard to ignore.
I see. Well, if they come back, just tell them I'm still gone. I don't have time to deal with this kind of stuff after what we've been through.
Sure, whatever you say.
That's all I really want to say.
Do I want to ask?
This is probably one of the few times you probably spent.
Oh, alright then. He just stares after you.
Oh yeah, and for a bit, I'll be staying at a friend's place. Looks behind me.
He'll kind of cork his brow to that. Friend. Okay.
Waylon tilts his head to one side. You got friends?
This is news to me too.
Look, it's the best term I could think of.
First time for everything, I guess.
Yeah, well, that's what's going on. And
This is a vet clinic.
yes,
He's looking at all the heads on the wall.
oh, those are decorative.
Oh, yeah, those are mine. I used to be a hunter, ranger actually, in my younger days.
Sure, you scare the hell out of exotic pets when they come here.
A little. You'd be surprised. Hunting big game actually does quite a bit in helping understand how animals work. So hunting them, healing them, makes no difference.
Except for the killing.
Yeah, except for the killing, but I don't do that no more.
But anyways, yeah, I'll probably be back in a few days. How much do I have to pay for the rent?
Let me see. And he actually kind of goes through some paperwork behind the desk, shuffles through the filing cabinet. Let's see. I think you owe me 40 GP for the month.
Just pulls out a pocket and just slaps it on the table.
Oh, thank you kindly. Oh yeah, I slipped your mail under the door, like usual. Upstairs.
I need to go
To the
see.
door.
I need to go do stuff real quick. You can stay out here if you like or follow me, Ash. It's up to you.
There's like another door over here. The
Yeah, he went this way for funny. Fine.
I'm just gonna be eyeballing everything as he walks around. Which way did he go? Upstairs?
Yeah, he went
Yeah,
upstairs.
upstairs.
Got it.
Oh, the rest of you can see on this map, right? Yeah? No?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we go.
Okay.
Yeah, because since we have access to everyone's token, we can just see what, like, the doc's seeing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, good. I was worried.
He picks up the mail and just quickly opens it. Does it say anything in particular?
Nah, it's just the usual stuff.
Okay.
Nothing super important. Just bills, flyers. I don't know what else the like Dr. Aberrant would be into that he'd get mail for.
Probably a lot of weird stuff.
Probably a lot of weird stuff.
That he just forgot to unsubscribe to back in the days. It'd be funny, you know.
Cadaver Weekly.
Yeah.
Probably medical journals.
Ah, what
Oh
Jesus
gosh, what the
Christ,
heck?
who just blew a fucking dog
Ow.
whistle?
That's my husband. I'm sorry.
Ow.
Why does your husband have a dog whistle?
For the rabbits.
Yes, for the rabbits.
But anyways, yeah. He's gonna go in his apartment real quick.
Trey kind
Don't
of
mind-
floats in after you. Oh, this I gotta see.
I gotta be honest, I was completely expecting the dog to just have like a single room and there's just a bed in the center and that's it.
Yeah.
He's-
Is
Ash,
it Reek in here?
Yes.
Hmm.
He's mainly going to like drop off his old clothes.
Need some air fresheners in here.
One thing you do notice though is that when you enter the room, it is extremely cold.
Hmm.
Like very, very, very cold.
Okay. I'm from up north.
I see.
I'm going to use my ghost sight. See if there's anything in here.
Okay, go ahead.
This is a vet place. I want to see if there's like fucking ghost pets lingering around.
That's entirely possible, by the way. I think
Fully
there-
possible.
Yeah, I think there's like such a thing as ghost animal companions. So yeah, Ash. No, you don't see anything up here.
Mhm.
Like, and the coldness that you feel is just normal temperature. It's not anything ghostly.
Mhm. Aside from this guy.
Yeah, aside from this fucker. And actually, Doc, as you're wandering around, Trey will float over and just stare at you. Your bachelor pad is kind of creepy. Makes it look like you're some sort of fucking serial killer or something. He'll stare pointedly at you.
I'll have to agree.
Are you?
No. I don't do anything of the sort.
And then seems like you don't really do a lot of housekeeping. I mean,
Nope.
this guy, he lives by himself and he keeps better house than you do. And it's a bigger place.
Do I look like the type that brings people over?
Neither does he.
True. It's fine though.
Trey's
We're in
gonna.
the same situation in my room. My place is cleaner. Oh, my son
Ding
is here.
dong.
Or door top. Door ring. Ding dong.
Pop through. So, what the fuck is this?
That's just my fridge. That's it.
It's a big fucking fridge. What do you keep in there?
My stuff.
What stuff? What do you need to keep in a fridge that big? Dead bodies?
No.
Sure, they look almost like dead bodies. Why are there so many big crates in there?
They're just full of bottles. That's it.
Uh-huh. Okay. Whatever.
Being of, I probably need to drop some things off in there.
You're gonna drop off what now?
He reaches for his bandolier and just picks out the samples and places them in the boxes, and then leaves.
Okay, I knew you were creepy before, but this is super fucking creepy.
Yeah. This is just how I am, though. I live most of these years.
Ugh.
Don't go in the bathroom if you find it.
Yeah, I really did do a lot of stuff with this map. It's pretty funny.
Hmm.
Is that a
is
biohazard symbol on that?
That is a blood-stained bathtub. That I think that is a room of poison damage.
Trey will float in here behind you, Ash.
Mhm.
Stare. And then floats back out. Stares at Doc.
See out here?
You're sure you're not a serial killer?
That's all for me.
That's even more concerning.
Alright, do you want to know the truth of that? I can
Um,
tell it to you if you want. If
I
you want to
don't
hear
want to
it.
know, but go ahead.
If you don't want to know, fine. I won't tell it then.
No, go ahead.
Okay. I used to have fleshy bits growing out of me. That's where I disposed of them.
He's just gonna stare at you. What the fuck does that mean?
You saw how I looked before.
You didn't have you had a mask on. I don't know how you look.
There were fleshy bits on like the shoulder though.
Eh. I just thought you were unclean.
Nope, and that was not part of it.
So, you're not gonna tell him the other part.
Tell me what?
Tell me why.
What other part?
Trey
He
will
pauses.
fold his arms over his chest, and he's not in wisp form right now.
Mhm.
I think there's definitely some things you're gonna have to tell everybody. You know, no secrets.
Yeah, but...
You don't think it's important?
It might be, but also... I hate it.
Gotta spill it now.
Because if you're not gonna tell anybody, I will. Because the more you keep this hidden from people, the more that's gonna come back to bite you in the ass. Trust me.
You know what? Fine then. I'll do it. Since I know about your stuff too, guess.
Fair.
Points at Ash.
Yeah.
I have a curious ability, you know that, right?
The one where you eat people's flesh and see their memories, yes.
That is an unintended side effect, but yes. And that's pretty much how I came to be the way I am, or the way I was before. I have no memories of anything regarding my past, but I did have only one clue. You can tell him about that part if you want, Trey.
Maybe in front of everybody.
Maybe.
So
But
up
yeah.
to you, though.
Let's just say I'm not what I am, really.
You're not what you are really.
Yeah.
Being what?
A flesh abomination.
Can you say that
True.
again?
A flesh abomination.
Hmm.
TLDR, he's not fucking human.
Well, thank you.
You go.
And I may or may not have been born from a secret facility.
Because
And
it just
somehow
so happened that it's
escaped.
the one we were in.
Yes. That is the truth of it.
So you're a product of the lab.
I have no memory of it, but I have found documents relating to this. I am part of it. Did you happen to read anything about a specimen missing from there?
Hmm. I'm trying to remember. I think he did read the Joker documents when he was going through them.
Yeah,
Yes, you did.
Yeah,
Ash would have.
there was a few documents pertaining to lost subjects, yes.
One of them was me. And I've been out in the wild for probably years now, surviving. Well, I guess for a year I've been out surviving, avoiding hunting contracts supposedly from me. And I've eventually managed to blend into society the way you see me now. That is the
Blend.
truth of it.
Sorry, that made me laugh.
But I have no memory of it, so it's whatever.
You say it's whatever, but it's kind of a big deal right now.
Yes.
It leads me to ask how you got this way in the first place. Before, eating his arm, taking bits from us. So I assumed that you didn't have this body.
No, I did not. I slowly accumulated this form. Yeah, you can surmise it.
That's just disgusting.
It was my only method of survival.
Yeah, can't fault you there. Well, actually, I can. I can judge you pretty hard. But it's understandable.
I've lived like this for pretty much my whole life. And the memories are very much an unintended side effect that I just hate sometimes. It's good info, but there are some things I wish I didn't see.
Mm-hmm. There's some things I wish you didn't see either.
You could just not eat people. Ever
I've
think
been
of
slowing down. I've been slowing down lately. But it's just, I don't know. I have this weird compulsion to do it.
Gross, dude.
That's the truth, basically.
And so what did you see? From me?
Your fallen comrades. Your real name. And whatever else you got yourself into that caused you to maybe get a contract put on your head. That is what I saw.
Well, I did nothing but put a contract over my head. It's one of their schemes. Frame somebody for deaths, ruin their lives, that kind of thing.
I don't feel like you were responsible for what happened.
Hmm.
It didn't seem that way, supposedly. There's definitely more to it than what I saw.
Indeed.
I don't feel like you're the type to do it, though. The emotions were way too compelling for you to have done it to your own teammates.
I would never do it to them.
You loved one of them, didn't you?
Let's change the subject.
Sure. We can leave that for now. But yeah. I've been cursed with this ever since I've been born. In that place. Same with Trey here. We're both experiments. Nothing really taken from us, but we were put into this situation, born into this world.
Trey will stare at you. Hey man, I get it. You do what you have to do.
We did what we had to do to survive, and this is where it led us.
Well, you're still alive. I'm fucking dead, so.
Yeah. I fully
Definitely.
intend to resolve your business, though.
You've only got one up on me then.
And I'm hoping that I can get all this behind me and live a more normal life. But that's wishful thinking. We're targets
is.
now.
A fleeting dream. Truly.
So I'm hoping we can stick together and solve these issues that are plaguing us.
Well, we're already being hunted together, so might as well.
True. But yeah, I'm pretty sure my business here is done, so we can go back to the others now.
Speaking of the others, about what you are.
Yeah, I know. They probably have a right to know as well.
Yeah, particularly that lady. The one who's, what, supposed to have been your friend for years now? Does she know?
She knows a bit of it, but not the flesh abomination part.
Yeah, that's kind of an important detail, I'd think.
Yeah. Traumatize her a little bit more, huh? I
It's
think
not necessarily something I'd like to bring out in the open, you know?
it's also the way to do it.
Especially since I was hunted in the past. I always had to be careful with how I talked about things.
Well, that's relatable. Being hunted.
Yeah. Yours is probably a bit more different than mine.
Still wanted to kill me. Hey, door leads out here too. Why didn't you come this way?
I totally do not know my own map well.
Alright. That's it for you guys?
And I guess before he leaves, he'll tell Waylon, yeah, if anyone comes by, just shoot them off like normal.
No, just shoot him.
Alright, whatever you say. Do take care, though.
I will.
You should charge him a fee for keeping shit dirty up there.
I'm pretty sure he already judges me heavily.
Give some air fresheners for him.
I mean, the clinic smells like animals, so...
Doesn't need to smell like death too?
He just watches you go.
I'll close the door.
And
Ripley.
goes up to you, Ash. Nuzzles against your legs, stares up at you, and meows. Blinks.
We're just in a cold stare at each other.
You get the strange urge to pet it.
No.
I pet.
Ripley purrs happily and nuzzles against your leg.
Weird fucking cat.
Weird fucking cat.
It has 3 brain cells, but it's still named Shithead.
Alright, so you guys are gonna head back to the safe house?
Yep.
We will head back, yeah. A truly very productive evening.
Yeah, so let's see. I guess round out the session with the last of the nighttime activities. What would you guys like to do with the last 4 hours of your day?
I mean, pretty simple over here. I think Croux is going to, after taking those notes, before getting to work on something he's less familiar with, going to start working on something he's more familiar with. AKA, I'm going to spend 4 hours in the workshop starting to work on the rifle.
Alright.
Gun.
Actually, I'm probably gonna be going late into the night. I'm not. Who's gonna be not getting his 8 hours? Gonna get a 4-hour nap in.
Indubitably.
Nice.
Alright, who's doing what right now?
Might as well continue to be nosy in the study.
Alright.
Nosy in this funny little home.
Okay. Snooping around at the books and such. Alright, let's see. What do you discover here? Alright, so in the library, Cumaenos, you see a lot of the same of what you found upstairs. A lot of folklore literature. But down here, there's actually a fair bit more variety. So it's not just folklore. This seems to be a shared library. So you find actually some old-fashioned magazines, patterns for, you find a lot of fabric patterns for clothing, and essentially, like history of fashion books and things like that, in addition to a lot of the performance theater stuff, etc.
Alright.
Yeah. What else do you find in here? Oh yeah! You do find something a little more unusual. You find a couple of books on the occult.
We would sit down and read them.
Yeah, so, the books are kind of old. They seem like something that didn't quite make the migration over to digital libraries or anything like that. It looks old. But what you find is a little bit of information on the veil, the ethereal realm, ghosty shit, that sort of thing. But also about reapers. And some stuff on the Ferryman, who is one of the death gods.
Fancy.
Yeah.
He would go and read through, and he'd also try and make a particular note if there are any any markings or like notes in like the whatchamacallit, the margins or anything like that.
Actually, yeah, there's some pages that have been dog-eared or marked with like those like little flags for books or binders. All of them blue. Interestingly enough.
He would take particular note of those.
Yeah. So, they're marked with blue flags, and in particular, what can I share? Alright, yeah, so what I can share, so I think I mentioned this stuff above table before, like on how Reapers are created, but I will say it again for refresher. And this will be in character now. So in the books, Cumaenos finds it's basically just theories about how the cycle of the universe works and how life and death work. So you know, people are born, they live, they die, and then go somewhere is the theory.
Into the soup.
Into the soup. And then Merzanabor is the god of death and the lord of death, and is functionally like Hades, I guess, in that he oversees the afterlife. The Ferryman, on the other hand, is a newer deity, I guess, not nearly as old, and kind of facilitates the passage of souls and spirit energy between the prime realm and like the afterlife, or not just the prime realm, like all of the various realms that host life, and yeah, kind of ferries those energies to wherever they're needed and souls to wherever they're supposed to go. And the folklore behind the Ferryman is that the Ferryman is a demigod, full god, no one really knows. But the story goes that long time ago, before the Ferryman ever existed, it was a mortal sailor who lost their entire ship and crew in a bad storm, and was the only survivor, but got upset when the souls of his crew couldn't pass into the afterlife because, hey, Merzanabor is only the guardian of the afterlife. If they're not here, kind of fucking sucks for you. This mortal sailor vowed to help bring the souls of his fallen comrades to the afterlife before he was ready to die. And it impressed Merzanabor so much that pretty much gave the sailor that duty and elevated him to the status of a god. And that's the story of the Ferryman, or so it's said. And Reapers are kind of created in a similar way. Like, they're so... like, a lot of them die suddenly, but they're so singularly determined or focused on one particular drive or regret, and it, you know, the unfinished business and the tie is like so strong that yeah, fuck you, death, I'm gonna continue living for a little bit until I you know, do what I want to do, and usually that's facilitated by partnering up with some sort of ghostly entity, also with unfinished business. So it's a beneficial partnership. And what else?
A symbiosis.
Yeah, it's like a symbiosis. The other thing about Reapers is they are
Write that down.
They're not impossible to kill. People view them as near immortal, but that's not true. They can be killed, but they have to be killed in the same manner or a similar manner to how they were killed in the first place. And then, like, if that happens, they permanently die. They don't come back. Let's see, what else?
Find a big rock for the dock. Got it.
Yep.
Let's see. Reapers can be... Reapers are not dead. They're not undead. They are completely alive. But they exude an aura of death, and that's how you can identify one. Most people can't sense it, but people who are trained for sort of thing, they can sense the aura, which is just like an intense aura of death and cold. And they're also capable of seeing the ghostly entity that they're tied to.
They're tag along.
Yeah, they're tag along. So kind of like what Trey is, but Trey is just a ghost. He's not a Reaper entity. What else? Let's see. Reapers will kind of violently freak out if they're exposed to stimuli or situations that feel very, very similar to their original manner of death. It's kind of like a very violent flight or fight response.
It wigs them out.
Yeah, it wigs them out.
Splash water on him.
And what else?
Oh wait, okay. Sorry, I just got why what during the non-canon one shot, I just realized why the guy was scared of water. I feel horrible now.
Yeah. You know now.
Now you
We're
know.
literally making him relive bad trauma.
The PTSD attack. Go.
Yeah.
We were actually bullying him with PTSD.
And then,
Oh, well, fucked up.
It's a little fucked up. Let's see what else. There are other things that can permanently kill Reapers. So they can be vulnerable to certain things that affect ghosts. Not many. What else? It's not a given, but it's said that a lot of Reapers also kind of function like living psychopomps. So psychopomps do exist in this world, and they're semi-godlike entities that kind of oversee the bureaucracy when it comes to death and everything. Most people aren't aware they actually exist, but occasionally you might see them. Ash would know this for sure, because you know ghost stuff is what he deals with. But I think Nisoi would be the most common that you'd see. They're like the secretaries in regards to psychopomp activities. They're little birds with plague doctor masks, or like masks. Normally people can't.
Fancy.
Yeah, normally people can't see them, but occasionally people will. When someone is about to die, sometimes people will see like a bird, a weird bird that no one else can see, just hanging around.
That's a weird fucking bird.
Yeah, that's a weird fucking bird. And yeah, that's generally what you're able to find out about Reapers. And the book is really, really old.
Well, I know that.
Yeah, duly
So that's-
noted.
It's basically his evening. I was just reading through the occult books that he found, poking around.
So yeah, that's what you're able to find out. There's like, you know, a lot of occult, and I think you can actually increase your Reaper lore to, I think, expert. Yeah, you can increase it now.
Fancy.
So you can go,
Reaper lore?
yeah. I think it's the veil. So yeah, you can actually increase that to expert instead of trained.
Immaculate.
I think Ash should actually supposed to. He has something similar. That should actually be a little bit higher.
I have the veil.
Yeah, yours should be expert, not trained. So I'll adjust that for you. Yeah. So that's your stuff, Cumaenos. All right. Who else is doing things?
Man, that is a very cool.
Oh my god.
Somebody strike
I'll
him.
take the 30 damage now if I must.
Take
Sorry,
your
the damage
punishment.
isn't available right now.
Delayed.
Funny.
We're gonna start combat and with lightning strikes gonna come down on him.
At least I'll
Alright.
resist 2 of the lightning damage.
Alright, Doc, Ash, you guys get back. And not much has changed. Cumaenos is off who knows where. And I think Croux and Myiari are just kind of exchanging alchemy notes.
So are you gonna tell him now or what?
I guess when everyone reconvenes, yes.
I think we're mostly here. From what I can see. I don't know.
I don't know where Cumaenos is.
You know, that's a good question. Haven't seen him all day.
He might have just sat in his room all day reading or something.
Just open the door.
He appears to be reading a book.
The stairs.
He does not look back.
Or does he? We don't know.
It's hard for you to tell.
I'm going to look at the book that he's reading.
So yeah, Ash, the book that you see him reading, is something that you've kind of probably seen before at a certain other estate. But it's a book on life, death, afterlife, and those sorts of things, particularly rebirths. So all the stuff that you know in that book. Among others, and there's like a pile of them sitting in front of Cumaenos.
You big chillin'.
You got a certain knack for the dead now?
Looks back up. In what capacity? I mean, I always have to a certain extent. I perceive the living and the dead rather clearly, actually.
Just a question.
And I gave you an answer.
You find anything interesting in it?
There's a few things of note, yes. Is there something that you need? It's very awkward having the two of you, well, three of you, standing, one floating in the doorway, just looking at me.
Not particularly, no.
Don't mind me. I'm just here because they're here. I'm just gonna go fuck off now.
It's not, I didn't tell you to fuck off. I'm just curious if there's something needed.
No, not particularly, no.
Actually, Trey is going to like glance over his shoulder at both of you and smirk, and then glance at Cumaenos. Well,
Oh no.
I think these guys have something to share that's kind of important.
More so him.
Such as?
Yeah.
You two to an extent.
Yeah, come on. You said you were going to share with everybody, so back on your word now.
Hey, Myiari, can you come here for a second?
You're just gonna glance over, kind of confused, like, okay, what is it?
I'll let him explain.
She looks a little worried now. Why do I get the feeling that this is going to be something bad?
Depends on how you take it.
Hey then.
With how the past few days have been, I'd be surprised if there was anything good, to be honest.
Funny enough.
Then Duncan will probably come in here too. Seeing everybody.
I mean, Crew's not going in. Ash specifically asked Myiari to come in.
Yeah.
I admittedly I didn't have Crew's token there because I moved it to the chat, but like if that's where Myiari was, I think Crew would have still been there. So yeah, he's not going in unless asked.
Trey goes
Like
out.
Croux.
Hey, nerd, come in here.
That's pretty much what Trey would say.
Oh, all right.
Should I also be standing, or would other people like to sit? It feels very strange being the only one sitting very well.
No, Crew's going to sit down this chair. Just the first one he sees.
You may want to sit in
So-
case you lose strength in your legs. So go ahead.
So what's going on?
Yes, what is going on?
By the way, after this, I'm probably gonna have to leave. I have a session. I already told them I'm gonna be late, but I have another session in like 2 minutes.
That's fine. We'll wrap this up shortly.
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
My computer almost just blue screen for a second. It all went
Oh,
dark.
no.
Jesus.
That's
Every-
not ideal.
And it kicked me out of Foundry, so
Coming back.
So yeah. Yes. I don't know if I want to give the full explanation again or just give a TLDR.
Yeah, that's fine.
we were all listening, so you can
Yeah.
probably just give it TLDR.
I guess it'd be mainly for Myiari. About like, I'd probably give a different explanation to Myiari, but the rest of the people, I'd just probably see it TLDR.
Mhm.
But yeah, basically he'll say to Myiari that, yeah, some people figured out while we were down in the place that we mentioned that I was apparently born from there. Wowie.
Made. Kind of a
Those-
better word.
Was this not roughly common knowledge by this point? I'm confused. It seemed rather transparent.
It was that obvious.
Not to me.
Yes.
I didn't pick on that.
Evidently, the answer is no, despite me thinking the answer is yes.
I see.
Where were you all day? Are you here?
For some of the day.
Just make sure I remember right. Cumaenos was sort of just like there while Myiari and Crew were like talking alchemy, right? Just sort of watching.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was definitely here for a fair bit of time.
I did go out to investigate things and also did come to note of a particularly brutal accident regarding the train station nearby. It was a rather interesting name listed upon the memorial, in fact.
Right. That would be.
The one French Sinclair.
All right. That accident.
Indeed. And also, it does seem as though I believe there is someone that is particularly incensed about that particular aspect and seeks vengeance to some extent regarding it.
Mm.
I have a couple of ideas as to who that might be.
Could you glean anything else from the accident?
No concrete details, but it did seem as though, to pick up on the strange aspect of that, it seems as though there was an odd amount of errands aboard the train when the accident occurred. Additionally, many of their bodies were never recovered.
That does not sound normal.
It is not, especially given the context that it does seem as though someone with connections to the suits is still present within the city and is making use of those undead to some extent, one would imagine.
And I can probably guess where they were taken.
There are some distinct ideas.
We have a necromancer of some sorts. I take it.
Or at the very least, someone that is able to bind them, even if not actively creating them within the city, yes.
Hey, Phoe.
Mm-hmm.
With Doc's whole time in Sunset, would he have ever seen like an undead around here?
Around here? Actually, yeah. In Redfall, there's over the past like 4 years, 5 years, there's been incidences of undead kind of showing up around the train station. The clerics and ghost hunters try to deal with it, but it keeps happening.
Yeah.
And usually the type of undead that surface there are usually fire related.
Okay.
Yeah, so fire spirits and a type of undead called, I think, combusted.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will relay this info.
It does get worse as the month wears on.
Yeah.
It's the start of Redfall, but it's
Yeah.
not that bad yet.
Yeah, Redfall, the train station around there is a huge presence of undead, but nothing like we've seen. Pretty much only fire stuff. Fire-related spirits.
Duly noted.
I guess my side job is going to get persistently busier this month.
Oh,
If
you're
you're going
part
to
of the-
lampshade it, would you like to elaborate?
You're part of a clearing
Cleansing
out
spirits.
process?
Cleansing spirits is kind of a duty.
That duty implies that it is not something that you do quite voluntarily.
I share some sympathy to it.
I see.
Mhm.
Because it does seem as though, if I had to hazard a guess, either a resident or owner of this particular residence has a very particular invested interest in both life and death, as it were.
Not that she has a choice.
Would you care to elaborate who she is specifically then?
My boss, Phoenicia.
I see. So is she or is she not deceased in that case?
She's very much alive.
Rather strange to have a name upon a memorial for being dead in that case.
Oh no, her name was not on the memorial. But she was like she was a very well-known victim. She recovered. Just
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Okay. I assume like if you're on the memorial, you fucking died.
No.
Part of the victim list, not on the memorial.
Yeah. She was a
Oh,
casualty.
right, it was the
she
newspaper
was a casualty,
clippings. Yeah, that's my bad.
That's okay.
That's not me.
Would've
A
been
bit
funny,
more. True. But I can't imagine being a part of that accident. One would in fact have a rather vested interest.
Especially if that accident was caused on purpose.
She lost very important people that day.
Duly noted.
Or it would have seemed that way back then.
hopes he gets the vengeance he deserves then.
Me too.
Alright, so this entire time, Myiari's kind of been sitting there quietly just listening to everything. Almost. And she seems almost, catatonic. Like, she doesn't know how to process all this. And she stares at you, Doc.
Yeah.
Wide-eyed. So, that day I met you in the desert, were you eating someone?
Oh, this is interesting.
The answer is likely yes.
And that creature everyone warned me about when I first moved here, that was you?
Most
Sounds
likely,
likely.
yes. I've become a local legend, I think. Without even knowing.
I don't know what to say. She stiffly pushes herself out of the chair and shuffles past Duncan and Croux, and mumbling something like, I need a drink. Do you have alcohol here? I certainly need it.
There's plenty in the cellar.
Alright, well, you know where I'll be. And she just, like, storms off.
I think they took it quite well.
And this is why I don't like revealing this kind of stuff.
And, I think this is a good place to stop for today.
Alcoholism. Now,
Yeah.
how are we gonna? Now, what are we gonna say to Carhas? Because he missed all of that.
I'll brief him when I get a chance. But yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. One of your party members is a fucking flesh abomination that eats people's skin.
You already knew
No,
that.
I don't eat people. I
You
just...
probably knew that. I didn't know that.
We literally saw, like, the first day we met him, like, fleshy bits growing out of him, and he's like, can I get a little nibble?
Thought it was weird.
Can I have a little bit of a? The dog can have a little flesh as a treat.
Hey man, people have weird gifts. Can't judge them.
I was bored of this. I can't... What else am I supposed to do?
Minos hasn't judged once, but he's also, like, it seems pretty on the tin.
We haven't judged you. You turned a bow into like a fucking flesh whale.
Flush.
See, that was not from birth. That one's a little fucking wacky.
That one's store bought.
That one's store bought.
Oh my god.
Yes, we are all very much weird, except for Croux.
The fuck do you mean we? I'm just lucky.
You're
Except,
kinda
I said
weird.
except for Croux.
But
I
you're
flip a
normal
coin 3
weird.
times I get heads.
You're normal weird. We're weird.
Man.
Just because I know how to build a gun doesn't mean I'm weird.
Sociably, you're weird.
Man, wait until you find out about Oliver's stuff. That shit's fucky wucky.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I kept forgetting that I want to ask this since like Sven's not here. Could you just like above table tell us what his active gift is?
So I can tell you that.
I already
So,
know it.
What was it? So, I believe there is a feat in the living vessel dedication, where if you would drop to 0 HP, instead of going unconscious, you get back up with, I think, half your level in HP, something like that. And essentially kind of go into a rage.
Yeah.
So yeah, for what Oliver's active gift was, if he dropped to 0 HP, or and I discussed this with Sven, if it hit like a critical moment where Oliver got overwhelmed by stuff, he could actually voluntarily go into like a berserker state. And he'd do, I think, 1d10 unarmed attack damage, get half his HP back, and he'd have that for 1 minute, or until he hits 0 again. Yeah.
Damn.
Oh,
Yeah.
didn't the actor say when he dies it happens?
You know, I changed it so that it'd be easier to activate, because, like,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
That was the old version where
That
where
was
if he
the old
died, that would have
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah.
Kill him.
So I can't tell you the other stuff that's going on with Oliver because
That's entirely fair. I just remember that, like,
because
when DG got to find out what the active part of the gift was, I was just sitting there like, man, I can't wait to see what it is.
like
It's probably really cool.
I'm not gonna tell you story-wise what's going on with Oliver, because even though Spen is no longer able to play, Oliver is still around and kicking in the world, and his story is actually going to be continuing on just off screen, and because a lot of it's still relevant. So you might actually still find out stuff going on with him.
I can't wait for the next session to start with us turning on the news. Oliver Doyle has been assassinated.
It's not going to be something like that, but no, you are going to still get glimpses of Oliver's stuff going on, because I did have something in mind for how Oliver would kind of get like his little official exit from the story, but still have stuff going on. But yeah, no, there's still stuff going on with Oliver that's going to be tied to the rest of you guys, so I can't tell you just yet what's going on.
Secrets.
It's secret,
like...
and it'll probably come into play like quite a bit later.
I feel like I have a name.
Oh yeah,
that is
you
attached to him.
you do actually.
You have a name.
A nice little heart-to-heart, if you will.
Yeah. Because
'Cause
if you,
I remember getting it and I was like, oh, this looks familiar. A coincidence, I think. And then I
Yeah.
was like thinking about it right now. I was like, wait a minute.
Hang on, man.
because
Oh, man.
one thing I will tell you, remember the card that he had.
Queen of Hearts.
Mm-hmm. And that is related to him in some way, so that's all I'm gonna tell you.
He had a suits card.
Mhm. What's
I'll have a
funny?
Eureka moment later.
What's funny is that I think I didn't tell Spen what it did out of character. I told him after. But what's funny is in character, even Oliver doesn't know what it does, but it does something. And it is very strong.
He's been holding it this whole time. He didn't even know what it did.
Yeah, we didn't get like a wizard to like detect magic on it or identify. So
Never used it either.
nope,
He didn't
never used
press
it.
on it when he had shelved it or when it was brought up.
But
But it is a very valuable and dangerous card.
it is yeah, very valuable, and yeah, I'd say dangerous and kind of horrifying what it can do.
Mhm.
But
Basically, never lay it in the wrong hands.
yeah.
Mhm.
What's it? Okay, so like if any of you know my stuff, there is one character that exists that has an ability that's very, very similar to what the Queen of Hearts card does, but the Queen of Hearts card is like that, just amped up to 11. Mm-hmm.
Funny.
And I believe the character is Lei Yao, and her gift is empathy. So she can read and manipulate emotions.
I see. That makes sense.
Overcharge her
right.
with depression.
Oh right, that's the person who I had a win-win situation when fighting because either Nate has empathy.
Oh, God.
You alright?
You okay?
You good?
Oh no, my husband is setting up stuff in the display case, and a lot of it. Yeah, it all just fell over.
Oh no.
Not ideal.
Yeah, it dominoed everything.
Nice.
Dominoes.
Yeah.
Well,
Anyway, yeah,
Speaking of domino effect,
that's the first day of downtime, and I'm gonna try and expedite any following days, because I'm not
Probably a
sure.
good idea.
Yeah, I'll try
Yeah.
to figure out how to expedite the any other further days of downtime.
We got some pretty big RP moments out of the way.
Yeah, got some big stuff out of the way. But like for future days, it won't be as slow. I'll just kind of like paraphrase stuff for the most part.
Entirely fair.
But yeah, don't forget, you guys have gold. You can spend it.
Oh right, that I forgot. How do I start paying off my debt?
Oh, you just let me know when you want to put stuff aside for like Crew's debt, and I'll just subtract
I'm
it.
just gonna put like half of my current gold aside for a debt payment.
Yeah, so
Barely a
I
dent.
like I will note, yeah, you guys can just outright buy magic items. It's an adventure economy town, so like you can just literally go to the magic shop and buy shit.
Yeah, I plan to do that like next session probably.
Yeah. So keep an eye, like if you guys have any particular items that you want, yeah, just keep a note of it. Also Cole for Cumaenos, we gotta do the divine access stuff.
you're right.
Yeah. But yeah, for now I will let you guys go, and I'll figure out when we're going to schedule, because I got a lot of stuff I need to complete for next session.
Our
And I need to go
Understandable.
run. And I need to go run to a different campaign. Goodbye.
Alright, have fun for
Goodbye.
it.
I will.
Well, bye. I'm also going to away. I have to go get food.
Alright,
Nom noms.
bye.